Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room, Thursday, July the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And thank you, William, so you can hear me and you can see the screen. Thank you. Wow, what a morning already. So MCRB, guys, when I got up, this was already happening, unfortunately. Otherwise, I probably would have got a little bit earlier on it. But MCRB, so terrible news, late stage negative reports on their whatever they do. I mean, it's a bio. So what I look for, if you look at that 5-minute chart, you see how these are the first. This again, when I woke up, this is what was happening. I looked at that 5-minute chart, a little bit of a green blip there, and then it broke down underneath that whole number, and that's where I shorted it. So I got in at 1288. I covered some just underneath 11 at 1088, and a lot down here at 920. I'm completely out of it now. It may continue to sink, but man, oh man, what a great short to start the day for me anyway. I'm surprised that you did not get into that one, William. All right, let's get to the other ones. Now, there were a lot of other ones that I could have shorted, but I had to concentrate so much on this MCRB. But IGC, Alzheimer's play, and wow, no, not that I wanted to short this one, but wow, it's still moving higher. IGC, Alzheimer's play. Not a crazy low float, 41 million in the float, 42 million in the float, so it's not a crazy low float, but man, what a run this one is on. WISA, W-I-S-A, there's a lot to get to this morning. W-I-S-A, is it holding the gap? Now, there's one at 587 down to 503, something to do with an Amazon storefront, so that is a low float. CUEN, I think this is a low float, CUEN. And is it holding the gap? Not really. There's one that could have been pounded down. Did have a press release, a PR. You got to read it. There's the 200-day moving average. So it actually briefly, well, not briefly, I guess it was above the 200-day moving average for a bit. And it came right back down underneath it. I remember that, Martin. They're into everything. But hey, listen, Alzheimer's right now. PRFX. Let's see at PRFX. I don't think I saw any press release on it. I think this is just a continuation from yesterday. It is above yesterday's high. Now, look at this. I mean, it got up to 465 and it closed down here at 318. That's a big percentage drop, but right back up. Don't see any specific news on it. Can't remember why it went up yesterday. Neuro, guys. You can believe it. Actually, an earnings play. Not that they did much, but in terms of earnings, but it is actually an earnings play, but that's not the reason. I mean, look at this. I mean, it can challenge that high of yesterday, 39. Morning, real. TCON, big gap down on financing. TCON, TCON, big gap down on financing. I don't see a financing price. IPA, not the beer. IPA, is it still holding its gap? I mean, it was gone up to 10. Another one that could have been just pounded down. Coming back a little bit. This is a virus play. Well, I guess we have to start calling them the variant virus play. Okay, IPA. Low float, another Canadian company. SQBG, let's see if it's holding its gap. SQBG. Actually, it is. So it had a big pop after hours. The news sells 65% stake in DVS footwear for $2 million. So that's their big news. The bigger news, though, of course, is that it only has $1 million in the float. Yeah, no shorts. Yeah, no shorts for. Pretty excited though. Yes, I mean, look at this. Look at this gap up. Now here's one that may. I mean, this might be. You know, we're all going to be looking for the next Neuro and CEMI. And I don't know if this is going to do it, but I mean, it's only got 1.8 million in the float. It's a virus play. NRXP is a virus play, and we just have to wait and see how it opens. I mean, it got up to $14, so it's had a pretty good pullback. Oh man, MCRB. I don't have my short anymore in it. This is just taken to the woodshed now. I don't have my short in it anymore, but hey, did great on it. Man, oh man. Tell me you sorted this one, William. Real MCRB. Eyes is doing its thing again. Eyes is doing its thing again. I just have my... Unfortunately, I love for this company to succeed. I just have a bias against them in terms of trying to hold intraday gains. They seem to have secured some kind of a European patent. So that is the reason that, I guess that happened after hours for Eyes. Excellent. Okay, Real. I felt for sure you would have been in that one. Go. Look at this one on the daily chart, guys. I don't think the volume is incredible. It's coming up. It's getting up there. I don't see any specific news other than, you know, this was on the 15th of Director Sold, but I don't see any specific news on it. But look at this gap down. I mean, this is a big gap down, guys. I mean, look at the daily chart right here. So here it is down here. Again, I can't see any specific news on it. Now that's a big break here. So let's see what happens. IGC announces the issuance of a patent. Well, it says it's a U.S. patent, but I mean, I'm just trying to look here. So I can't. IPA is on my list, yes. Virus variant. It is well, it's definitely a U.S. patent, definitely. Looking here, U.S. patent. Now, guys, this could be an all-dayer. I mean, I don't know obviously I don't know what's going to happen with DD, but DIDI. Actually, it's had a bounce. You know, I was looking to short this one just as I was, oh, it hasn't had a big bounce. Okay, it's still under 11. The news on this one, there could be an unprecedented penalty leveled by the Chinese government on DD. Okay? That's your news. FRSX, I think this has come back down to earth a little bit. FRSX has also a U.S. patent. U.S. patent allowance. So that was just ripping higher here. And 448 was the 200-day moving average. What did it get to? It almost got there. So there's a 200-day moving average. And here's one that is really gapped down on a financing. JUP W is gapped down big on a financing, down 24%. $2.79 a share is the financing price. So, lots of activity this morning. Of course, I can't wait to see what sort of alerts we get from my option scanner today. We've had, what are we now, Thursday? Tuesday and Wednesday, we had some great ones from the option scanner. Okay, let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, we don't have too many of each. Let me just get some of them in here. All right, we're looking at a Goldman upgrade for STM. We actually, yeah, STM. Let's take a look at STM. See if it has any movement this morning on that Goldman upgrade for STM. Nothing yet. And let's take a look at some of the downgrades. Semi being downgraded, CEMI. WSM, Williams Sonoma being downgraded by Goldman. Take a look at that one once I finish up with these downgrades. Okay, we've got competing, we have an upgrade and a downgrade for CVX. Let's take a look at WSM, see if it's doing anything on that Goldman downgrade. And the answer is actually yes. It's not an earnings play either. So this definitely, the only news I can see on this is the Goldman downgrade. Seems to be affecting this mightily. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, pre-market, see what's happening. The major sectors anyway. Now the market is actually was gapping down a little bit, but it's basically neutral right now. Looking at the SPY, it was gapping down a little bit, but now it's back up to basically neutral. So let's take a look. Anything really sticking out? I mean, utilities. Nothing's really standing out for me. Energy, I mean, 58%, 41%, but utilities 80 and 20. Consumer discretionary, 70% of the stocks are down so far. You know, healthcare is 50-50. So nothing's really standing out. Oh man, MCRB. Well, I cannot be disappointed. I mean, that was just a great short. Meanwhile, NURO, wow, NURO, look, I think it's at yesterday's high. Is it almost at yesterday's high, NURO? Not quite. 38.67 is yesterday's high. So, I mean, ostensibly, you know, this is an earnings play, but it's not an earning. I mean, it is an earnings play. They did release earnings. Not that, you know, they didn't do anything. I mean, I think they had $2 million in revenue. It's a little bit of a pop over year to year, but that's not the reason, of course. It's just kind of continuation. Man, I cannot believe they didn't do a financing yet, but, you know, it's got to be coming. Man, I wasn't kidding. You know, there was a person in the room yesterday asked me, I think they were in at 26 and it was at 23, wondering if they should sell and all. And I said, I'm not giving any financial advice. It could pop to 40 tomorrow. Yeah, look at this. I have a price alert on XR. I think I have a price alert around 920 or so. Yeah, right about the high of yesterday. See if it takes it out. Oh yeah, when I'm talking, well, Martin, but yeah, anybody's new when I'm talking about NURO. I mean, this is not, I mean, I can't tell you not to take the trade right now, but you're in chase mode right now, and it's highly, highly risky. Integer NTGR, I'm hearing, and it is woo. This is an earnings play, guys. July 21st, yeah, post market released earnings after hours. Wow, look at this gap down for NTGR. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Wow, what a just getting trashed here. Netgear, NTGR. Look at this gap down. And this is kind of out of the range I like to trade, but for those of you who don't mind this sort of a range, IGC is holding. Again, it's not a low float. 42 million in the float, so this is not a low float. So that's pretty impressive, being up 168% with that float. It's not crazy high, but it's certainly not one of these low floaters that with 5 million or less that you see with these sort of percentage increases. But hey, you know what? Alzheimer's obviously is a buzzword now for a lot of these bios. So let's take a look left on that monthly chart. 372 and 450. So this is back in almost a year ago. This is August of last year when it got up to 450. Well, I guess it is. I mean, it doesn't really matter what we think. I mean, the market is reacting to it, so not a stupid question. I mean, it's just one of those, I mean, the market is reacting as if it is a big thing. Meanwhile, NURO, I believe, is now just at yesterday's high. Continuing to watch DIDI underneath 11. If true, that is, brutal news for it. I mean, listen, I don't know if you were in the room yesterday. Again, I just have to. It's a little bit amusing. Well, hopefully the gentleman kept his NURO overnight. I said, don't, it could pop to $40. Look at this. Take a look at IPA. IPA. Okay, this is shortable for me. It would have been a great one up here. Man, oh man, up in that $10 level. But even if you just wait here, you know, I mean, get these topping tails and take a look at the body here and say, you know what? Let's just you take a, you know, look. I was going to say, but not so. I mean, look, 709,000 shares. So I mean, there's a lot of volume now in many pre-market stocks. So it used to be highly risky to trade in the pre-market, but not really anymore. Well, what's your excuse, Becca, for not being? Exactly real. You know, I mean, we get a lot of complaints that we don't start and I'm not saying it'll never change, but we get a lot of complaints that we don't start our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. And yes, obviously there's probably some action at 4 a.m. Eastern time, but I agree wholeheartedly. 7 a.m. You know, that's when, and even later. I mean, so I don't think I've never seen that urgency. First of all, obviously I'm not going to get up at 1 o'clock my time to start trading, but hard enough at 4. But oh yeah, PJ, not anymore. I mean, there are just tons of. I mean, look at all these. I mean, look at these 62 million, 12 million, 4 million, 5 million, 2 million. Tons of stocks that are trading like 62. You know, tons of stocks trading millions and millions of shares in the pre-market now. Maybe not tons, but. All right, guys, just give me a moment, please. Well, Pete, as always, a question, you know, thoughts on an IGC, and you just have to wait for the market to open. I mean, you know, the news is you know, for the IGC with you know, a U.S. patent, Alzheimer's, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it looks good, obviously. I mean, it's a good looking press release, and that obviously is spurred it on. But you have to wait for it to open. You know, what's going to happen? I don't know. The next look left. The next high looking left on the monthly is 450. So, and as far as the WISA is, I mean, it's the same sort of thing. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen once the market opens. I mean, they have some, you know, they put Amazon in their press release. They've established an Amazon storefront. So okay, but you know, it's fading. Welcome, by the way. Bonjour, Jean. Oh, 1 minute. Okay, yes, less than a minute to open. So yes, absolutely. Create a scan with unusual pre-market volume and get results in real time. Absolutely. That's what we do. You know, first of all, I wouldn't, you know, this is what I use in the pre-market. I'm sharing all these scans, okay? If you hang around at least another 15 or half an hour, I can give you a link for all this, but here's gap up, you know, gap downs, pre-market. An unusual volume would mean this one, the volume today percent. That's what you would use. But we're open now, guys. Just about to get open, so boom, we're open. Let's see what happens now. I don't trade too much. I don't trade very much in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. So Eric, yes, I mean, if you don't have our premium service, yeah, if you see a buy and sell flag on a like a daily chart or a monthly chart, weekly chart, those were previous AI alerts. Yes. All right, guys, as you see holding here, it's holding. Look at the volume that came in. I mean, this is going to trade the float, obviously, no issue whatsoever. 41 million. It's already traded 70 million. So this is going to, there it goes, guys. Now remember, 450 is the next high looking left on the monthly. I'm not saying that's going to stall it, but look at it go. Down goes DD, guys. DIDI. Horrible news. But it's early. Look at that topping tail for IGC. 440. Drops all the way back down to 414. It's early. So I don't get too excited about, you get these pops right off the bat. I don't get too excited about them. Yeah, NRXP doesn't look, at this point anyway, doesn't look like it's going to do it. Holding out, maybe this could be kind of the crazy one for the day with that float. Had some news, virus play. I think it's a virus play. Yeah, virus play. So, but starting to fade here. And wow, look at Nero now, 41 down to 32 or 33 or 34. Ooh, William. So MCRB now is putting a little. Actually, were you going long that one? No, MCRB. I can't remember. William, did you go long that or did you short it? Ooh, short. Yikes. No, I think he's talking about, David, he's talking about, here's a sell flag on MCRB. That's just a previous AI alert. I think that's what he's talking about as an example. Of course, Nero now have gone halted on the way down, guys. NURO halted on the way down. IGC right back up. Yeah, there's WISA, WISA. And here's another one that just got halted. SNTG just got halted. SNTG just got halted on the way up. I agree, Real. On the eyes, it just never seems to hold. And there it is. PRFX just got halted. I'm just waiting for something in the option scanner. It has been awesome for the last 2 days, so I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens there. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. Yikes, William, I don't know what you're doing with the MCRB. Woof. WISA just showed up in the option scanner. Now, what's a high right here? 589. But it is early. I'm not a big fan of these, even in the option scanner, when it comes in the first 15 minutes. It might run, but here's the high pre-market, 590. Well, there it goes. All right, I see there's an AI alert way out of the price range I want to even take a look at, but all right, guys. Well, it's working. I just want to see if we can take out this high now. WISA. Again, I'm not a big fan of the early ones, but hey, takes out that high right there. Look out. I mean, what do we have over here? So it's above that high already. Just be aware that that's a pre-market high. Takes that out. I mean, it could really sail. MSC just got halted. Not very much volume. What is this? Where are you out of Hong Kong? So this just got halted. MSC. Not very much volume. It'll pick up, of course. Just be aware of that 589, guys, for the WISA pre-market. I mean, listen, it's news. It's not like a bio. I mean, it's Amazon storefront. That's their news. But that could be that could really stall it. What did it get up to? Yeah, so look at almost a red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart for MCRB. There's your uptrend, little pause, and there's the PRFX. The PRFX just opened. Actually, didn't really pop, not yet anyway. Boy, first I felt like we've been open for half an hour. It's only 10 minutes. Well, okay, so PRFX was halted, didn't really pop much, and then now look at it. Now look at it, PRFX. I don't see any specific news for it. I don't know what the news was yesterday. If it even had any news yesterday, it may have. Oh, I have no idea how to answer a question like that. I mean, market opens, but I had plenty of volume pre-market, but look, I mean, any stock that goes from what 2 to 40 in 3 days is going to have immense profit taking at some point. Wow, Wisa's not over. Right at that pre-market high now. With IB, yes, you can. I mean, I'm not that I would be, but yes, Avery, they get data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Yes. The question was, can you trade with IB at 4 a.m. Eastern time? And the answer is yes. CUEN did have a press release this morning. I kind of glanced at it. So there is news, and it just got halted, or was halted. Sorry. IGC guys, man, oh man, look at it now. I've been a little bit choppy. It's not even 15 minutes. Look at a little bit choppy in the first 15 minutes. Got all the way down to 379. Popped up $1 from there. And you can see it's actually an options play too. Okay, so I'm going to stick my alert back up here. Wow, got to be careful in this one. 445. I'm going to stick my alert around 450. Yeah, I don't know the other Canadian brokerages, if Disnat or Questrade, or if they start at 4 a.m. Eastern time. I really don't know. I'm in Canada, in case you don't know. But yeah, IB is certainly, I like it as a broker. MSC, so it opened. Wow, I mean, this is, what's the float? 8 million in the float. This is going to be, well, it's already a crazy one, which could get crazier. There's no volume really. It just got halted again, I believe. The volume, but the volume just doubled. Look at the volume, it's just doubled. Probably the spread, well, I didn't see what the spread was. Probably the spread was terrible. Man, a lot of halts resumes, guys. SNTG just unhalted. A little more. Oh, look at that! Look at that float for a $36 stock, 5 million. Whew. Okay, now here's the deal with IGC. I mean, I have an alert set way up here. See if it takes it out later on. Yeah, I mean, this takes out 6. WISI takes out 6. I don't know. I can't remember where the next resistance level is. WISI. I mean, there. So it took out the pre-market high now, 589. Low float, 9 million in the float. To back up this weekly chart and just check to see. Yeah, that's above that high. 760, is that right? 737, $6. So the next high is $6, and that's back. Yeah, that's in April of last year. That's on the weekly chart. XMRT, well, if it, I'm going to mention XMRT. Yeah, I mean, look, it's basing nicely here. Obviously an IPO last month. Just no volume. I mean, there's no volume at all. Low float, crazy low float. I mean, yeah, I mean, 17 million in the float, $71 stock. CUEN resumed. Let's see what it did. And PRFX just resumed also. Boy, we've had this whole resume scanner has been really active this week. Anybody remember the news on PRFX yesterday? I don't. It just got halted again. PRFX, I don't know what the news was yesterday. Look at IPA, guys. IPA has bounced up. All right, let's take a look at my watch list. So PFRX alerted at 650, 715 now. The IPA 744 now. It's bounced. I think it's bounced back up. So 775. CUEN 478. What did it get up to? Yeah, not great. Now this one, can it hold 6? Okay, well, Siva, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, okay? So what you're seeing is the Trade Ideas software in action. But if you're in the room thinking that people are going to tell you what to buy and sell, that's not what this room is all about. We have a lot of ideas generated. I've got some scans that I share. Meanwhile, IPA, so for my watch list, it's done pretty well. The only disappointment right now is IGC, really. IGC, and see if it, just want to see if it can get back up to that alert from my option scanner. They're not all going to be rocket ships, guys, but we'll see that at around 10:20 I go over the software and sort of a general highlighting some of the aspects of the software and all, okay? So if you can hang around till then, but you're in a very active trading room, that's where you are. I don't know what sort of a trader you are, if you're new to trading. Well, not yet, Demetrius. I'm maybe around 10 o'clock, I'll take a look. Oh man, okay. RLX. This is on the way down, obviously. Sorry, Real, you're on the way down. REAL on the way down here. RLX on the way down, China stock. All-time low. Look at this one. RLX just sinking here. Thoughts on eyes? It just to me, it just disappoints every day. Okay, I mean, again, European patent granted, but you know, it just seems to disappoint. Had the news after hours pops up and then just fades. So, what are my thoughts? I just find it difficult to get it. I love for this company to succeed, but they never seem to hold their gains. So. Monthly subscription, 118 for standard, 228 for premium. Minus 15% for the first month on a promo with a discount code that I can give you. Let me just pop this in here for you, Mustafa. And if you go to my home page, and you click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll see the pricing. We have monthly and annual plans, okay? I'm watching this RLX, guys. I mean, it's an all-time low. It's a China stock. I don't know if it's getting, I mean, a lot of these China stocks, of course, are getting hammered. DD leading the way down, DIDI. All right, so CUEN resumed. This is really choppy, really choppy. Low float, 4.8 million in the float. Had some news. Obviously, it hasn't captured the imagination of a lot of traders right now. It's up 21%, but you know, it just looks like it wants to fade now. And another, well, this one, MSC just got halted. Is this on the way down now? Yeah. So, I mean, not very much volume, 8 million in the float. Don't see any specific reason why this has any activity. All right, just kind of watching some thumbnail charts. You know, I mean, I wouldn't I wouldn't take my eyes off. What I would do with the NRX is just, or NRXP, is maybe just put a price alert, maybe over 12. I mean, you're giving up a lot, but you know, it did hit in the pre-market. It did hit 14. You never know. With that float, you just never know. Well, you can always customize it. Okay, so the Wall Street Bets scan is, or the symbol list, I believe is updated every day, okay, by one of the guys at Trade Ideas, okay? So you can't do anything about the symbol list, but of course you can adjust your scan. So does that make sense, Bruce? So again, one of the guys at Trade Ideas makes an adjustment to the symbol list every day. Now, it is, you know, during the day, if something comes in, I don't know if that's going to be picked up, but no, you're talking about, we used to have something with stock twits, but that dissolved, well, maybe a year ago. But you know, if you look at it, so here it is. But you can always adjust it. You know, so if you want to see, you can always take the top list or the alert window, and you can take it out if you want. First, you can make adjustments here if you want with a price range or whatever the heck you want to do. You can make adjustments and then save it to the cloud. Well, I think we've got a winner, guys. WISA. I think we have a winner. No, we don't have, no more stock to it anymore. No, the buzz channel is not to do with WSB. Okay, the buzz channel is something a little bit well, quite a bit different. So I'm surprised we still have it. It just wasn't really followed that much. What we've done is we've been paring back our channels, the ones that hardly are viewed. No, we're just getting rid of them. Surprised this has not been halted once, WISA. I guess just even though it's been surging higher, just not quite enough in the time period to get halted. Ernesto, good morning. It's funny, you know, if I had to choose one that I thought would rip, it would not have been the WISA, not just based on an Amazon storefront. I would have probably focused more on some of the bios, but that's why you just never know. You just absolutely never know. Yeah, so Greg, yeah, so there is the main trading room. This is what it looks like. If you want to head over there, I can give you the link. You're in our YouTube room, which is in essence the same, but it's the other room is way more active. All right, but I can give you the link. Meanwhile, I haven't even looked at what the market's doing. So we have a little bit of a disconnect going here. Dow is down, tech is up, SPY is basically flat. So a little bit of a disconnect. All right, guys. Now, for those of you who like pullback plays, I mean, IGC may be setting up here. I'm not a big pullback player. Let's see if this holds right here and starts to move. Interesting. The AI went. Now, that's not shortable. Those of you with E-Trade, can you just check to see if WISA is shortable for you? William, was WISA shortable for you? Not shortable at IB. Okay, so no longer shortable. Okay. The reason I ask is that, I'm always intrigued when we get a short from the AI. I always want to see, okay, could people have taken it using Brokerage Plus? You couldn't have done it if you have an IB account, and I'm just wondering, at 10:02, were there shorts available? I'm going to guess no, because that just happened, and you say there are no shorts available. At 9:50, thank you. Okay. Would have been a great short if you could have found shorts for it, for NURO, absolutely, but a lot of brokers don't have shorts for NURO. Bobby, yeah, I don't know. I don't know on that one. Anybody with CMG, I really don't know. Well, I'd be watching this IGC to see if this is the bottom here. I mean, it's still up 130%. See if this is the bottom. Maybe stick an alert around 355 or so. See if it moves higher from there. If not, then it could be done for a while anyway. Okay guys, this is a wild one. WHLM just got halted, okay? Now, I have no idea what the float is. All right guys, IGC may be on its bounce mission. Yeah, whatever that float is, I mean, we have, again, under a million, but whatever it is, it's going to be crazy low. And we've seen, look at that day. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 6 days ago. This one got up to 933, closed down here. Thank you, Dev. So this is halted, and the wow, looks like it could open at 6, 6, 8. Ah, this is going to go crazy. Depending how long they halted for. All right, IGC. Well, let's see if it gets back over 350 and regains its former luster. Meanwhile, SNPX, that got halted. No, that did not get halted. Sorry, I thought this was SNPX on the way up here. SNPX. So this is I guess this is I don't think it's an IPO. I think this is a symbol name change back here. Sort of remember that. That's why. Ooh, guys, now NRXP. Ooh, look at it. Look at what it's doing now. Man, 1.89 in the float. Again, you're going to take these low float ones. You've got to can't take too many shares because they can be up and down just like that. Fun when you're in them when they soar higher. Not so much fun when they turn against you. Yeah, well, I still have my alert set IGC over 450. See if it takes it out later. Oh, sorry, 350. What the heck is this one doing? SNPX. This is just, and it just, I thought that was going to get halted. SNPX, probably a low float. Yeah, another one, low float mania. 4 million in that float. I mean, it looks like an all-time high. I refuse to believe it. 1406 is right here. It looks like around 1406 right there. Meanwhile, I haven't paid too much attention to my watch list. What's AFIB doing? 1590, 1590. Let's see, looking left. It's got to take out 16. Takes out 16, guys. It's got some room to 17. When I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying if it can take out 16, these are the two highs right there. And there, I believe, 3 highs at 16 or so. Takes that out. Has a shot to the 17 level. All right, where this crazy one open at? WHLM. Okay. Well, there's SPRT running up. I had an alert set up here for some reason. Right, I wanted to see if I could take out this high. I guess that high right there. So this has some room. Low float, 17 million in the float. It got up to 9 something, 950 or so. Looks like a couple of months, maybe 3 months ago. Well, exactly the week of March 29th, so a few months ago. These are ideas that are generated, yes. You can create your own scans, Siva, okay? I'm going to go over this and give me another 5 minutes or so. But there are a lot of traders in the room, okay? I have no idea what sort of a trader you are. If you're brand new or a lot of different trading styles. I'm somebody who looks at stocks that are making new highs or new lows. Wow. Okay, so much for that pullback for a WISA. I mean, look at that, just right back up. All right, guys, IGC is getting back. You know, it takes this out. I mean, I just think, I mean, look at the, well, it's not a low float, but what did it get up to? Got up, way up here, got up to 460. All right, well, let's see if it runs now. Oh, man. SPRT. Okay, guys, I'm going to start my little spiel a little bit earlier today. We got some new people in here, so I'm going to start my spiel a little bit earlier today. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to pop my homepage link into the room. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and here's my tab, my homepage tab link is available in my homepage tab all day long. You click on this, all right, and this is what you're going to see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription. There's a promo code for you, Vary4 Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. To give you an idea what Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. The premium, $22.68 a year minus that 15%, and standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. Okay, there are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to have a monthly plan or an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. 118, 228, less the 15%. Okay, now that 15% discount is only good for the first month. Now, if you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. You're going to have the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon. These are all free. So here are the scans I'm sharing. Here's my layout that you see, plus individual scans that I've created that you can have. All right? You have to be a subscriber, of course. And this is my Indisputably, my favorite one right now, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Education. So if you're new to trade ideas, please take this 20 lessons, all right? Shows you how to create a top list, what they are first of all, alert windows, etc. Okay, I'll just take a quick look at what it is. These are all the basic features of trade ideas. You know, again, top lists, alert windows, custom layouts, price alerts, the AI, which we nickname Holly, and this Brokerage Plus. Okay, so all the basic features are explained here. Daily support sessions. So you will hear me refer to a YouTube room. So I monitor 2 trading rooms. They're in essence, they're the same. I call this the main trading room. Okay, much more action, more traders are in there. There's a YouTube room. They hear me. They can see my screen also. Just not as much action. But at noon, I do take a break. So another trader takes over in the YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so I believe it'll be Jamie. And so before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in, so you can head over there if you want to for between 12 and 1. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos, start trade ideas from scratch, more information about the AI. Now, if you're new to trading, great little 36 short vids, starting off with what is a stock. So if you're brand new to trading, this is for you. It's all free. And some trading ebooks that we created. So I go over a lot of this very quickly. The reason I do that is that, especially in these two sections here, there is a lot of information. All you have to do is save my link. And then you can take a look at everything at your leisure. Now, give me one more moment as I'm going to go over a little bit about what trade ideas is in general. Before I do that, though, I now have the official link. For the test drive, okay? I don't understand what you mean by a free trial, Paco. We don't have free trials, so I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. But I don't give advice. You know, we throw around ideas, okay? But I don't give advice like, okay, you should buy this or you should not buy this. Okay, so it's not that sort of a room. The test drive. You click on the you click on the test drive link. It says test drive August 2021. This is what you're going to see. So, if you are thinking about, if you'd like to try trade ideas for $11.11 for 2 weeks, it starts on August the 9th, runs to the 20th, okay? That is 10 trading days. You'll have access to our full premium service. So if you sign up now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You'll get no data until the 9th. No real-time data until the 9th. So what you're doing, if you sign up now, is you're pre-registering, okay? If you are a standard subscriber and you've wondered about our premium service, you can do the same thing. It will cost the $11.11. We'll upgrade you to our premium service for the 2 weeks. When the test drive is over, it's over. Don't worry, we don't automatically put you into a subscription. You know, you want to sign up afterwards, that's great. We'll have a nice promo code for you, but when the test drive is over, there's nothing for you to do. If you don't want to take out a subscription, that's fine. So it's a good way to try us out. There's no code, just sign up. There's no code. I put the test drive link above you, Grant. I mean, here's the link for it, okay? Yeah, if you send something, Pete, I can probably help you there. if you send something to Kelly, I'm going to give you... okay, Kelly at tradeIdeas.com, okay, and just say what you want to do. Give her your email address so she can take a look at your account. Just give me a moment here. Okay. Oops, shoot, just a minute. Yeah, well, Siva, click on the link and it explains it, okay? I just explained it. Click on the link and it starts on the 9th, okay? You can't start earlier. We're all set up for support and everything for those 2 weeks. So it starts on the 9th. So yes, you can try us out for $11.11 for 2 weeks of our premium service, okay? I don't know what the code is, Grant. I mean, I haven't even looked at that. Okay, guys, IGC starting to work off that bounce. Code. I don't know, Grant. I haven't even... I honestly don't know what code you need for the... I don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah, but it's a random draw. That's all it is, a random draw. So I think if you register for the test drive, it's just a random draw. I don't know, Grant. I actually do not know. I've just seen this for the first time. There's the sign up. I don't know what code you're actually talking about. If you're talking about a coupon code, there's no coupon code. If that's what you're talking about, it's $11.11. I mean, that's what it is. All right, guys. So, just so briefly, what Trade Ideas is we're a scanner. Okay, that's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter what broker you have. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. Okay. So this is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. If I right-click, configure, summary. This is what I'm looking for in this scan. This is a scan that I put together. This is what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see. You know, I'm looking at prices between $1 and $20. This is a powerful filter. Current volume is 4, means it's trading at least 4 times normal. 400,000 shares, etc. So I put this together. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay? That's what I like to see. That may not be what you want to see. Okay. A little bit of activity down here. So for instance, though, if you like the idea of seeing a scan like this, but you don't like the price, you just change it. You know, you change it to 10 and 60, if that's what you want. If that's, you know, and then you click on the summary, see how it's changed. All right, so yeah, the great thing about Trade Ideas is you don't have to know a programming language to use it. You right-click, in configure, you'll see all of the alerts and all of the filters that we have. Okay, so we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But again, if you're brand new, you don't even have to know how to build a scan. If you like the scans that I've got, you can always take them, use them for a while, see what they're all about. As you get used to using the program, you can adjust them, again, a price range. We also have a channel bar. These are all the channels that we've got. These are all themed channels. So for instance, if I click on the momentum channel, here's the momentum channel. So if you looked at this, this Momo, RGP is an alert on it. See what it's doing. But I think more importantly is that if you liked it, again, you right click, configure, and you take a look at what it's looking for. You can make adjustments if you want. If you didn't want to make any adjustments though, you could always extract this scan from our channels, save it to the cloud, and then bring it back. So the concept would be taking a look at each channel. You see a scan that you might want to have as part of your layout. You just save the scan to the cloud. So watch what I'm going to do. So there it is. I won't make any changes. I'll just save it to the cloud. Okay. So you see what the concept will be is that you can start to go, through the various channels. I'll go to the sector channel. This is a nice little kind of a heat map to show you what's going on in the major sectors. What's hot, what isn't. So you can see, remember energy the last 2 days, every stock was up for the day. Look at this, every stock is now down for the day. Consumer staples, not having it, as an ETF, but healthcare, 50-50. There's really not one stellar segment today. With the Dow being down, but tech is up. What is tech doing though? Tech is about 50-50. Now this is just stocks that are up or down. It's not telling you how much they're up or down. Well, this does up here, but this is just saying that in the XLK, with the symbols that make up XLK, 46% are up from yesterday's high, 54% are down from yesterday's high. Okay, so this kind of gives you a snapshot. So for instance, if you wanted to take an energy play today, you might, unless it's trading completely on its own, it's an alpha stock, it's got some fantastic news, I'd be reluctant to take an energy play today based on what the sector is doing. Look at real estate, down. Financials, 82% of them are down. So, that's just a way to take a look overall what the market is doing. Okay, so Jake, there are only two options with our charts. Okay, if you right click on the chart, properties, you'll see we have symbol links, all right? Symbol linking checked or unchecked. Only two options. So I have these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got these all checked. That's why when I click on an alert, all the time frames change to NURO. Okay? SPY doesn't because it's unchecked. So those are the only two options you've got. Okay? So for instance, I have a bunch of thumbnail charts on my other monitor. I've put them in a container all together. These are kind of the ones I'm paying a little bit of attention to. I can change that, of course. Okay? Well, I just showed you. I just showed you for the, well, the, okay, that, but the SPY is kind of telling you that. You know, for these sectors, oops, I gotta pick it first. So right here, you know, it's telling you that, you know, the major sectors making up the SPY, 42% are up, 57% are down. Okay, Jake, so I'm going to go over that right now. I'm going to talk a little bit about the AI. Okay, well, when you say new high, new low, if you're talking about, you know, for a sector, well, you can create a top list. First of all, you know, I think it would be irrelevant to see you know, to have a list of every stock making a new high or every stock making a new low. What you can easily do is create a top list, and you know, I would arrange it so that you see the stocks near the high of the day using our position in days range. Show the stocks that are right at the high of the day. But you'd want to have a price range and minimum volume, I would think, because otherwise you'd have to have thousands of stocks. Well, right here, this, I mean, the basic new highs and lows is doing that. Okay, but you want to expand the list to get many more stocks. You'll get overwhelmed though. That's why I don't do that. I mean, that's why you put filters in. You'll just get overwhelmed. If you're talking about a count, like the actual count of how many, again, in a top list, you could do something like that, but you'll be overwhelmed. I just wouldn't, I just don't think it's, in my opinion, I don't think it's that important. You know, if you take a look at the spider sectors and you see, you know, what sectors are up, what sectors are down. But that's me. All right, guys, I want to talk a little bit about the AI, all right? So if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. If you click on new, and right here, AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is the window that you'll see. I've got it docked with these other two, but this is the window that you'll see, okay? You just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the time. And you have a stop, okay? And how you trade it will be up to you. Not having a great day today, had a fabulous day yesterday. Not having a great day today, unless you got back into that short, which I think many couldn't using IB or E-Trade, but you know, your broker, you know, if he had shorts for WISA, that would have worked out well. After it got stopped out, you had a re-entry price. But that's how it works. I mean, there's no video on how to use the AI. People will use it in all different ways. I use it just like a watch list all day long. I have a preference for stocks under $20. Okay? Meanwhile, IPA on the move. Holy smokes. I think Real was shorting that one, but I think he's probably turned around. He was shorting it here. I think. What was the news on that IPA again? Yeah, it's a virus variant play. You cannot scan for the number of trades for a stock. No, I'd like to see that, but we cannot scan for that. What we can do is you can scan and put a filter in saying if you only want to see stocks that average, say, 5,000 trades a day, you can do that. But to get the actual count number of trades, you cannot do it. Okay, another word about this. This blue window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. If you don't have, it's a feature, we've got it. I don't use it, to trade. I'll show you what you can do though. I don't use it to trade because I'm demonstrating the simulator, the paper trader in action all day. So I'm not going to toggle back and forth. Especially if I can't concentrate 100% on trading, which I can't, that's something I'm just not going to do. But this window here, so you can, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, that link I put in has 2 videos. The first video shows you, the shorter video shows you if you have an Interactive Broker account or E-Trade, how you can connect and then use this window to trade. It's an option, it's a feature. You don't have to use it, even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. It's just there if you want to use it. The second video goes into a lot more detail on some of the more advanced features of using this Brokerage Plus, okay? But again, please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, that does not mean you can't use Trade Ideas. Of course you can. We're a scanner, and so you would just be trading from within your broker, that's all. Yep. If you have the wherewithal to create your own strategies and you want to auto trade them, yeah, you can do it. You need our premium service for that. The other main reason for this, though, if you're new to trading, please practice trading. We've got a great simulator here. You click on the sim, and it throws you into paper trading mode, simulation mode. Before you commit money to the market, completely and utterly recommend that you practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. Okay? So you should practice trading first. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to, trade with your live account. If you can make money in the simulator, unfortunately, that's still no guarantee you'll be able to make money once you start trading because, once money is on the line, a lot of emotion comes in. But I can almost guarantee that if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade. And it's the bitter truth, everybody, okay? And that's why we say, how long it's going to take you, I can't tell you. Everybody is different. Some never get it. Really simple to use. Just click on an alert. Well, I've got to pay more attention to my watch list. My watch list, by the way, look, I create this for you guys. I can't pay as much attention as I would normally if I weren't obviously moderating a trading room. But the watch list is created. It's a watch list. It doesn't mean when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade. And that's where, if you start to say, well, how do I know when to take it? That's where, experience is going to come in. Nobody's going to be an overnight success trading. You might hit the jackpot on your first trade and get really lucky, okay? But again, it requires, chart reading experience. What's the overall market doing? What is the sector doing? Things like that, only going to come with experience. So let's just say I wanted to take this, looking at something here. We've had some awesome alerts from here, guys. Awesome alerts. Look at this, 744, it's 9, all right. IPA, 744, and it's 906 now. I know the WISA. I'm not saying they're not all going to be rocket ships, but man, oh man. And unbelievably, from my favorite scan, I missed the IPA. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is it's awesome. I mean, you know, the IGC did not work, but the other three, I think they've worked incredibly well. Well, I shouldn't say that. The semi is working now, but the IPA, I mean, this is just a great scan. All it does is it's just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. I'm not trading options. I'm trading the stock, but it's just another way to, you know, find stocks that are really, really active. Give me a moment here. Wow, guys, IPA, what an alert. Unfortunately, when I was in my spiel, I didn't even see it coming into my option scanner, so I missed that one. Oh. All right, just quickly about money management, okay? Money management and stops and all that if you're new to trading. Let me just see something here. Trying to find one that might be a good demonstration. All right, let's just say I wanted to take this IGC. I'm not saying this is the greatest example, okay? What do we got here? So if I took this trade right now, I take 500 shares. I'm going to take right at the market. Okay, I can do that. The spread is only a penny, so I can go in. So you see it took the trade, okay? And the entry was 350. I'm going to put a stop at 330, and I'm going to explain why I'm doing that. When you get into a trade, you can't expect every trade is going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. So I put this at, again, I put it at 330, and I'll show you why. I wanted to make the math really easy. So again, when you get into a trade, you can't just hope and pray that it's going to go up. You have to have a price, you should have anyway, in my opinion, where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. Now, where are you going to place that stop? That is where the practice is going to come in. There are different concepts about placing stops. I like to look at a chart and think and say, okay, if it broke down below a level where I think there's some support, then I'm going to get out of the trade and just move on. Okay? So I put this stop right here at 330. Notice it happens to be 20 cents away. It's not because I put stops 20 cents away. It's just I wanted to make the math easy, because the next concept is this, okay? You have a stop. You got to get good at where you think a stop should be. Now that will share size you. Okay, because when you get into a trade, you should also think, all right, if it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? Now, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say in this account, I'm in the simulator, I've risked $100 on this trade. That is what share size me for 500 shares. How? If you take the entry, 350, minus the stop, 330, which is 20 cents. If I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So again, you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll just take 100 shares every trade, 300 shares every trade. In my opinion anyway, you vary your share size, and that'll be based on the difference in your entry and your stop. Divide that into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. Now, here's the next aspect, obeying your stop. I may get stopped out immediately. I want to see. If I do, I do. Just waiting to see if it hits that 330. If it does, it's going to take me out of the trade. But that's the next concept, obeying your stop. When you start trading, sometimes you'll think you can't wait. You get into that first trade, and it starts working against you. You can't believe it. You saw the press release with IGC, Alzheimer's. It's got to work. People are talking about it, and so you start disobeying that stop, and you allow it to move down. Now, if I allow it to go down to 317, I'll be at $162. If it keeps moving down to that price, bottom line is this: you can keep moving your stop down or not obeying it till finally you give up with a $500 loss instead of that manageable 100. So it's very, in my opinion anyway, very important to obey your stop. You can always get back into the trade. You can look at it this way: maybe I was a little bit early. And if it sets up again the same way it set up the first time, maybe this time it would work. Maybe I was just a little bit early. Okay? So, covered some important concepts, placing a stop and money management. Now, practice trading, okay? That's all I can say is practice trading. Yeah, as Real is saying, before you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if it doesn't work. Again, hope and pray is not a strategy. I hope and pray that it's going to, move up. It's moving down. It's approaching my stop. I got to hope and pray that it's going to not hit that stop. No. Commissions are so cheap. Even if you have to pay half a cent a share at IB, people get all bent about that. But even so, if you don't pay any commission, then there's really no excuse for not getting out of a trade. It used to be, commissions used to be a factor, not anymore. So get out of the trade, move on. Okay. First alert for IPA would have been in my high-low, 775 at 947. Okay, that would have been the first alert that I had. Could have got an alert earlier, but I have this count filter, which means I had to make 45 new highs before I saw it. Second alert I got for it is from my favorite scanner, my options play. Okay, option scanner. So it was later than the first one. The reason being is that, probably in here, some filter wasn't met until it hit that price. Okay? So even if you waited, even if you just waited for the plays that are coming on my option scanner, that's still pretty good. 867, 1078. All right, so yeah, I'm sharing this scan, okay? I am sharing this scan. So if you want it, you can have it. Just have to go to my home page and find the one that says unusually strong options. Now guys, again, if you're not a subscriber right now, you want to wait till the 9th, that's fine. Take the test drive. You'll have access to the full package. I share all my scans, every day, so it's nothing unique. There's no shorts available for us, IPA, Zach. I don't know if Zach can still hear me. At IB, anyway. Okay, well, see, we're in starts August 9th to August 20th. All you've done now is you've signed up, you've pre-registered. It starts on the 9th, okay? So no, you can't start Monday. You've pre-registered. See what it says? It starts August 9th to August 20th. The reason why is because we're all set up for the support. I mean, last time we had, I don't know, 4,000 people sign up. Can't remember exactly the number, but you know, it's a real challenge for our support team, including myself. So we gear up for it. That's why we have this, you know, this 2-week special. I'm sorry. That's why we have it, you know, for that 2-week period, and that's when it starts and that's when it ends. Well, see, this is like this every day. Okay, this is nothing to do. You're not here on a special day. Yeah, I'm open Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So we feel that our support is second to none. You've got this room like this. You've got in YouTube between 12 and 1, you have another trader that takes over. You can ask them questions. Ongoing support all day long. You know, you go to our homepage. If you had a scan question or something, for instance, if somebody asked me, do you have this sort of a scan? If I don't have it, you can always go to our homepage, ask maybe one of the other traders has a scan. So, I mean, I think we really support the product as best we can. Thank you, Ital Trader. I mean, we don't. Yeah, I mean, it's not. Look, and the other thing too, guys, is that look at that NRXP. I'm trying to make up my mind right now. Too late. I was too late. Yeah, I don't know. Plenty of great longs today. Well, the next high looking left is what? 1478. Let's see if this 13 holds. Very important that it holds, I think. Big whole number, threshold. Just watching the way it's trading right now, just hanging in over 13. This could have just the massive pop if it holds this 13. It's a very low float, guys. You got to be awfully careful. If you're going to take this one, you know, my recommendation is not to take too many shares. Look at that float, 180, like 2 million in the float. So yeah, they're awesome when they're going up, devastating when they're going down. So And it did have some news. I think it's a virus play. NRXP, I think it's a virus play. It is a virus play. Do I think it was active yesterday? I have no idea if it'll go up today. It doesn't look good right now. I mean, it's down 7%. I mean, listen, anything can happen, but I don't make predictions like that. I mean, this was a wild one yesterday. Another low float. It has a big sell-off. That's a huge sell-off. 12.50 all the way down to 8. It's gap down again. I mean, it seems like it may have found a bottom. I mean, look, if it gets over 8, it might start to run a bit. If you want, stick an alert around 8.12 and see what happens. But I'm not, I don't know if it's going to. All right, guys, what time is it? 10:58. Give me a moment. I'll be right back, all right? Give me about three or 4 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back, and so look what happened. It took me out of the trade. Remember, I kept that stop. Now, would never have done that, obviously, for real. I was reducing that stop just to show you what could happen. So instead of, $100 loss, $165 loss by not obeying the stop. Again, this is in the, this is in the simulator. But that's how that works. It'll take you out. You get stopped out. It just takes you out of the trade. All right. Okay, guys, what is the market doing? So Dow is down just a little, SPY is up just a little, and tech is up. So a little bit of a disconnect. Probably, Becca. Yeah, DXR. Look at all the halts. Look at this SNTG. This SNTG has just been, it halted on the. Well, it's been halting on the way down. Wow. All right, the NRXP guys. I mean, it is still. If it holds over 13. I'm just watching this NRXP holding over 13. Maybe it gets a bid of 1320. That might get it running. Problem with some of these though is they can just absolutely scream right through. You want to take it at 1320, you may not be able to get it. Okay, welcome, Johnny. I don't know what you mean. Is there a straight up chat room on the app? I don't know what you mean. You're in the trading room, so not sure what you mean. All right, guys. Now let's see if it rips from here. Talking about the NXRP spread tightened up. All right, there we go, guys. There we go on the NRXP. Now, I didn't tell anybody to take the trade. I said I was looking to see if we get to 1320. And the spread, I've traded some out because I have no idea where this is going. You know, you got to be careful. I mean, you got to be careful. No, no. The scans, I have the AI up and running on another monitor. The AI is a specific window that generates, you know, an entry and a stop. Okay. Everything else that I've got, everything else that I'm using, these are just scans that I put together. It doesn't mean I take the trade when I get the alert. It just means that, okay, I take a look at the chart. Do I like the chart? You know, I've got to size it up, you know, as quickly as I can. If that answers your question, so what you're seeing here has got nothing to do with the AI. But you know, if you heard me talking about the NXRP, the NRXP, I mean, I basically said if it can get to 1320 on the bid, you know, that's got me very interested, and that's exactly what happened. Got the 1320, and actually the spread tightened up. Now, does that mean that if you were watching it that you should take it at 1320? That's up to you. Well, it depends what you mean by how accurate is it. I mean, if you're, so we had a question from the YouTube room. How accurate is the AI? It's as accurate as you want it to be. You know, these are you're given you're given the idea. I just call these ideas. Okay. If you're talking about auto trading, forget about it. Okay. I don't agree with auto trading. I mean, people want to auto trade. They want to just take it if they can get. You know, first of all, some of these things move very quickly. So you get an entry at 648. By the time, even if you're trying to auto trade something, your own strategy or the AI, it may have run too quickly. You may not get a fill, as an example. Okay. Oh man. Okay, so to answer your question, I mean, the AI can be used in many different ways. I use it like a watch list. Hallelujah, guys. I mean, what can I say? Hallelujah. This doesn't trade sorry, let me see. I don't, it probably doesn't trade options. Well, it's just a computer at work, so obviously it didn't fit or meet the requirements. And let's see. Yeah, it doesn't trade options. That's why it's not in the option scanner. You gotta, you know, and be careful. I mean, look, what did it get up to 15? It's pulled back 50 cents. So you know, you have to, in my opinion, you got to trade this, okay? You can't just hope that it's just going to go to 20 or something like that. I mean, it might. I mean, it's got, you know, look at that float, 1.8 million in the float. If you were here in the pre-market, this is the one that I was really interested in. Looking at the float, virus play, thinking, okay, but look what it did when the market opened. You wouldn't have thought this was going to happen, but look at this. I mean, look at the volume coming in. Well, it depends. I mean, look, these strategies that made the cut today, I mean, they were statistically good for today. Whether now does every single, I mean, today I would not call this a good day for the AI. All right, if you're just looking at it one on a one-off, had one good trade, you know, the WISA, if you reshorted it and if you were able to. But I wouldn't say today's a good day, as an example. I use it like a watch list though. Like everything else I've got, I use it like a watch list. Sometimes it'll, you know, you'll get an alert and it'll be early. Maybe get stopped out looking at it. And then you can always, as a watch list, see if it comes back to the alert price. And maybe, you know, gives you a second opportunity to get into the trade if you took it the first time. But if you're looking for something to say, okay, this is what I want to do. I want to automate the AI. I want to turn it on in the morning and count my money at the end of the day. No. How do I use the option scanner? It's just alerting me stocks with abnormal options. That's all. I mean, when you say how do I, so if I get an alert, immediately start looking on the higher time frames to see what sort of room the stock has. And if I like the room, you know, the WISA obviously had room. That was the very first one. I was a little reluctant because it was early, 9:35. You know, I kind of like to see things settle down, but look at all the room it had on a daily chart. You know, room. When I say room, before it hits any sort of resistance. So how do I use it? I'm always sizing up the higher time frames. So just because I get an alert doesn't mean I pile into it. IPA, I just flat out missed. Must have been doing something else. I probably was in my TI Spiel moment because that was, you know, primo. I mean, 867, you know, right there. I mean, that's, I mean, and you're not chasing it. You know, you're not in chase mode. When I say chase, I mean, it's not like you were taking the trade after, you know, 3 15-minute candles up. I mean, look what it was doing here. Kind of a little base, little pop. So it wasn't like it was screaming higher. You had lots of time to get in. Are you, well, do you, I have it at 867, okay, but I have it, I'm just using the don't repeat version. You must be on don't repeat. Yeah, markets are, I mean, you know, I mean, they're not dropping horribly, but I mean, it's been a choppy day actually in the SPY, but we've seen some fantastic trend trades. You know, I mean, that's a great trend. You know, even in the fives, I mean, that's a great trend. A little stall right there, little pullback, but not like you see a huge red candle all the way back down here and then it pops up again. And the other thing about my option scanner, I don't get too many alerts. If that's all you wanted to do, now listen, we've had 3 sensational days in a row. I'm not saying every single day it's going to be like this. But if that's all you wanted to do as a new trader, just to concentrate on very few stocks, very few alerts, you know, you could probably start off with that with this scan right here. You're not going to get too many alerts. So it's not going to be overwhelming. The don't repeat option is any alert window, okay? Any alert window you can create the don't repeat if you just right click properties and then don't repeat. And then this is a drop down menu. You check it and this is a drop down menu. So I mean sometimes, you know, you don't if you only want to see the stock every minute, every time it makes a new high, if that's what your alert is. But anyway, 1, 5, 15, 30, 1 hour, or for the day. That's what I put it on. The reason I do that is I can go back and say, I can look to see, well, how well did it perform after the alert? There's the alert at 10:32. The price was 867. So I can click on that and I can say, wow, that worked out really well. Okay. It's just scanning for unusual activity, option activity. I'm not trade. You can, I don't know, you can maybe trade the options. I have no idea. But it's just another way as opposed to just looking at straight volume. Okay? I'm looking at option volume. And I'm not trading the options, but I mean, I have no idea if you, because I'm not an option trader. I have no idea if this would have been could have been maybe a good option trade too. I have no idea. But I just don't trade options, but it's just another way of looking at momentum. And I put some tough filters in here. That's why I don't see very many stocks. I don't want to see a lot of stocks. No, it doesn't do option. We just scan stocks, U.S. market. But, you know, there are people who say that our option scanner I cannot tell you that, Chris, but the NRXP, though, is the one that I got into. Just over 11, so 11.20 or so. So what happened with the IPA, Chris, is that I'm talking to Chris Varley. Is that I was doing my spiel at the time, and so I missed it. I would have been all over it, but c'est la vie. But, you know, NRXP, it's not an option play. Why? Doesn't trade options. Okay, that's the reason. All right, I have a cat just staring at me. Just a minute. It was more exciting, Chris, that's for sure. I have no idea how I would swing trade. Okay, so Gino, were you listening or are you just showing up now? Okay. Okay. So this is what happened. First of all, we saw NRXP in the pre-market, okay? So when I was doing my pre-market work, I opened the room at 9 o'clock. So this is one of the stocks that we saw in the pre-market. that, you know, it popped up a lot. And we looked at that. I looked at that float, 1.89 million in the float. So you know it's going to be active because of that crazy low float, number one. Now, so when we were going over our pre-market scans, and I talked about each individual stock, this is one that I had high hopes for because of the float and the fact that it's a virus play, you know, virus in the news. But look what happened when it opened. It kind of drifted down, okay? And I'm sorry, I said 1120. So I was saying, look, if it can get to 12, I was watching this area right here, right here, right here. I said, if it can get to 1220 on the bid, and with a reasonably tight spread, that would get me really interested, and that's why I got into the trade. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It wasn't 12. I've got my whole numbers mixed up. It was 13. It was not 12. It was 13 up here. I was looking for 1320 on the bid at. Like I wanted to see it get to the bid to 13. I just like to see it clear that whole number a little bit. And so that, I'm sorry. So it wasn't the 12. It was the 13 level. And then, you know, got up to 4. I've traded out. I mean, I'm trading this. You cannot, you know, with that float, this could drop as quickly as it went up, even more quickly. So, but that's you know, number one. That's why I was interested in the first place, seeing it in the pre-market, and thinking because of that float, I mean, it could do something insane. Okay, and there it goes. There it goes. I mean, there it goes. So I think I'll just put a big check mark on that. I think that worked. Unfortunately, you know, I mean, the other one I 100% would have been in is the IPA coming from my scanner. Unfortunately, because I have to talk to you guys about the program and distract me from trading, kidding, but you know, I missed that IPA alert. But what do they have in common? What do IPA, hands up guys, what do IPA and NRXP have in common? Madness is in common, yes, yes. You're really close, Kev, but come on, what do they really have in common? That's it, Avery. They're both virus plays. Okay, they're both virus plays. What's hot right now, unfortunately? Virus plays. And they're both low floats. They are low floats, but it's you know, when you do your pre-market work, you should look at the news, okay? I mean, it's the only time I really look at the news. And I try to make a determination. Okay, here's the news. Do I think that because of that news, it could sustain itself during the day? It's that simple. That's all I do. Now, I have to admit, with the WISA, I did not think WISA, WISA, I did not think WISA would sustain itself. It's you know, they're launching on the Amazon storefront. Yeah, okay. I was wrong. I mean, it did extremely well. But, you know, the virus plays are in play now. All right, so it doesn't mean that every virus play is going to rip higher, but that's what they have in common. What scan gave me? Well, the first scan right here, just the normal basic new highs and lows, got me IPA at 775. That was at 947, and then my options scanner at 867 at 1032. So it came up on a couple of my scans. Yeah, you got to be careful. Yeah, look at the IPA now. I mean, it went from 1577 down to 1295, just like that. And yeah, whatever it's called, Chemolab, was a virus play yesterday. Chembo Diagnostics was a virus play yesterday. That's why it did this. So what I consider, the question from YouTube came in, what do I consider? I consider a low float anything under 20 million shares, okay? That's what I think. So the lower the better if a stock's in play. Because again, remember what the float is, guys. It's the available number of shares for trading. That's the supply of stock. When you've got a low supply and high demand, this is what can happen. You've got 15 million, 15.8 million have traded so far. Two in the float. Some quick math. It's traded the float about a little over 8 times. All right, so you've got super low supply and high demand. All right, and listen, if you read the press release and you think, well, that's crazy, it shouldn't be, you'll drive yourself crazy. Okay, it shouldn't be doing this. You're right, shouldn't be doing it, but it is. And it is shortable at IB, but I'm just not. I mean, listen, at some point it'll probably turn into an awesome short. I'll probably be in my break then. But again, the reason I just bring up Facebook, if you're used to trading Facebook with 2.3 billion in the float, if that is, if a person is used to trading super high floats, large market caps, you would think that 100 million would be a low float. Okay, so it's all relative. But for me, anything under 20 million, I would consider a low float. Well, and again, is it always indicative? There's only one way. Look at Facebook. It's having a pretty good day, right? It's up 3.5%. That doesn't interest me, but it's having a great day. There's only one reason. There's only one reason why a stock can be up 60%, and that's because of the float. And the IPA, I think is even more dramatic. 130, there's only one reason, because of the float. I mean, look, 44 million shares, 16 in the float, but there's only one reason why a stock can be up 131%, and that's the float. I know I keep repeating myself, but I mean, that's why most of the things I see here are probably, and I don't have a float on here. I don't have a maximum float, I don't think anyway, but I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20, and in a stock between 1 and 20 that is moving with a high percentage move, typically is going to be a low float. But I don't even have to put a float. Let me see. I don't even think I have a float in here. No, I don't even have to. But listen, low float stocks are not for everybody. Wonderful when they're doing this. Not so wonderful when they lose, $3 in, a minute. Well, okay. What you should have. IPA's halted now. No, it just resumed. Okay. Well, what I was going to show you. You don't know where it's going to open. Okay, but let me just see here. Okay, this is Sigma. This is one that was really active yesterday. SGMA. Look at this now, guys. Look at this one. So here is from Interactive Brokers. This is what I'm looking at. This is the potential when it opens. Okay. Now, right now, it's halted at 555. If you were in this one, you would hope that it's going to open higher than 555. This will change. This can change, of course. It got halted at 11:31:07. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening 7 seconds after 11:36. So see how this is changing, though. So this is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will, if you don't have IB, this is just time and sales. Your broker will have something like this. So it can be somewhat predictive of knowing when where a stock is going to open when it comes out of its halt, but it's no guarantee. So I don't know how to answer your question exactly. But this is what I'd be paying attention to. BNGO? Haven't seen that one for a while. I've always found this one as a very difficult intraday trader. So what do you want me to see? I mean, is it going to hold here? I don't know, of course. It had a nice 3 days, but it's on a low float. So it's going to take something to move it. I see, I don't see any news today for it, so yeah, well, Johnny, I cannot make a recommendation like that, okay? I don't mean that I'm not recommending that you don't. I'm just saying, for me, it's just too, unless it gets some great news. I just don't know. There's probably some resistance right around 7 here and all the way up here. So for me personally, it doesn't look like a great swing, but that's completely up to you. Yeah, so Johnny, if you made $700,000 on it, congratulations. We don't talk about how much money we make in this room. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just waiting for the next post, reel, and I think I know what it could be. So, all right, guys. Sorry, I'm just following an internal discussion. Trade ideas. It doesn't look promising. I mean, again, I thought that news was surprised me. I'm repeating myself on the WISA. I know. I thought when it was doing this, that would be over. That really surprised me. All right, I would put an alert for the CEMI. We had it in the options scanner at around 5:35. I'm going to stick an alert around 5:20. Okay, it may not come back, but again, it's a low float. It was super active yesterday, as we know. You know, if it comes back into this level over 5, hey, who knows? It might take a shot at the high of yesterday. The high in the pre-market was almost 6, so no, just use the option scanner like a watch list. When the ones that don't work right off the bat, just use it as a watch list. Set a price alert. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You are welcome, V. Yeah, so Sigma resumed. What did it do? Yeah, so you see that when I looked at it last, it looked like it was going to be 550, 550, but I mean, obviously it wasn't. So, that's why you should be watching your time in sales as a stock is halted, okay, just to see how it starts fluctuating, knowing also that the typical halt is 5 minutes. And you can see what I'm talking about right here. It got halted at 11:31 plus 7 seconds. It opened 5 minutes later, 11:36 plus 5 for 7 seconds. That is the typical halt, okay, for a volatility halt. Now, I saw DQ. It's moving down, isn't it? It had gapped way down. It's just out of the price range I like to trade. But holy smokes, no kidding. No kidding. I almost was going to make an exception. Almost. Saw this in the pre-market and thought, wow, okay, if it takes this out, that might be an interesting short. Wow. Yeah. I mean, this is the opening candle right there. Actually, I'm wrong. This was up. This was up. Right? This was up for the day, not down for the day. Yikes. Opening candle though. Look at this. It's just out of the price range that I trade. So we just had an IPO, 12.5 million, 1921. What is it at? 23. So it's a little bit above the IPO price. Yeah, even 10 shares moving down $30, $300 on 10 shares. Amazing, isn't it? All right, guys, what time is it? 11:42. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. If you want to head over there at noon when I'm taking my break, I'm pretty sure it'll be Jamie in the room. I'm just going to confirm that. Somebody will be there, but I just want to confirm it is Jamie. Yeah, I actually have that one thumbnailed, Zach. Oh, you can't hear me. Zach's got me on mute now. FW. Oh, you can hear me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have this one thumbnailed. I am noticing now. Again, this one is a really. I mean, it's a tough one. Look at the spread: 16.99, 17.81. So I mean that you know to trade this one for me, the spread will have to tighten up a little bit. But you know, look at the float. What does it remind you of? The other one, the NXRP, in terms of the float. I mean yeah. I mean 16, 17, 18. I mean that is a. Yeah, wow is right on the NRXP. I mean, I'm trading this, guys. There. Wow, look at this. See, this is easier. I mean, if you can say it's easier than the FWP because of the spread. Yeah, your time and sales will have the spread, guy. Okay, I mean, your broker will have something like this. There's your spread right here. Okay, who has that? Ernesto. Your broker will have something. He has to have something like this. There's the spread. See how it's okay? This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, you know what? IPA was going to be my stock, the trade that I was going to highlight, but you know I wasn't in that one. But I'm still going to highlight it. But this has to be it now because at least I was in this one, the NRXP. All right, guys. Now you do notice that KDMN it just popped into the option scanner. The only issue would be right here. 14.19 is the high. Takes that out. Look what could happen. No, the data is no that spread data is not inside trade ideas. No, but you know if you have obviously you have a broker, you have to have a broker to trade. So okay, well, V, I have such faith in my option scanner that anything that comes into my option scanner, you know, I'm really going to take a hard look at it. So there's IPA, okay? I didn't take it because I missed the alert, all right? Man, SPRT now too. I mean, this is a little overwhelming for me because I wasn't able to concentrate on SPRT. But anything coming in my option scanner, I'm taking a huge look at. The NRXP was, well, if you were listening, I mean, I was explaining it. It was such a big one in the pre-market. I had a level that I was going to get very interested in it. 1320 was it. 1320 is where I got it. You know, but I was explaining all that. If you were listening in real time, what my plan was for the NRXP. You know, and I'm not going to say, and everybody should be doing the same thing. If it makes sense what I'm talking about, great. If it doesn't, then you know you just pass. And I'm not talking just you specifically, V. But you have to understand, I've got so much faith in this option scanner that anything that I get in there, are they all going to work? Of course not. I mean, look at the SPRT. I don't know. I see the the KDMN. I'm definitely interested. I'd like to see it take out that 19. Why? Because if I look left, that's the next high looking left. I'd like to see it clear that. Oh, am I wrong? No, there it is, 419. You know, if it clears that, then look at what it did a few days ago. Got up almost 5. On a percentage basis, getting in around 420, getting anywhere close to this would be awesome. So that's my thought process, okay? The option play is in my scanners that I share, yes. It's called, when you click on my link, here it is. Here's my scan section right there. Moving higher with unusually strong options. That's what it is, okay? Right there. And also, remember, they both had news, okay? We just talked about that. They're both virus plays, you know. And again, unfortunately, virus plays are, you know, in the news now. So, you know, you can kind of make a bit of a guess. Okay. Oh, there's the 200-day moving average also. Look at the, so it's right at the 200-day, the KDMN. So, I mean, I'd be never taking the trade right here. I would have to wait for a break. You know, I'm going to put an alert at 420 and see if it takes that out. They are not. No, this is something no, is not in there, Avery. The option play magic that you see there is something I did create. What I did was I took one of the scans out of the options plays. I broke it out. I really made the filters a lot tougher so you wouldn't get too many alerts. And that is what spawned this one. And I've been using this for, I don't know, 3 or 4 months now. If that makes sense. Ugh. Look at SPRT, guys. I mean, how good is this? I mean, I'm not in it because I missed it, but how good is this? 636, 660 now. I mean, these are great percentage moves. Another low float, under 20 million. Here it is, Avery. Here's my link, my homepage link, okay? And just go to the scan section. Okay, it is Jamie. It is Jamie in the YouTube room at noon, so I'll be taking my break. And look at the market, guys. I mean, you'd never know. I mean, look at all these fantastic long plays. The market is, you know, doing this. But these are stocks that are, you know, alpha stocks. You know, they're trading on their own. They don't care that the market for the last hour until this, well, this one, this 15-minute candle, for the last hour before, they don't care. They're trading on their own. Just a minute, please. No. Yeah, I know. We still have a landline. There was a reason, but all right, guys. Sorry about that. Just another internal discussion. I'm going to show you guys something when I come back, and it involves a custom filter, which is really interesting. Okay, so I'm going to tease you. So don't go. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm just waiting for Jamie to take over in YouTube. It's called the tease, Dreamer. It's called the tease. Now, if I forget, you better remind me. Guys, better remind me if I forget, okay? Meanwhile, SNTG, which I don't think is a... is it on the way up or on the way... Oh, it's on the way down. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't trade options. Now, listen, guys. I mean, you can always, if you wanted to, get on the short side of the option scanner. I mean, you can always do that too. I mean, this is just looking for stocks that are moving higher with unusually strong options. You can always flip it and see stocks moving lower on unusually strong options. If you want to do that. I used to have that up, but I just think there's just so much opportunity in the long side. Okay, let's take a look at semi. Is it starting to inch upwards based on what you've posted? Yeah, I mean, listen, if it breaks, I'd be holding out up here a little bit. I mean, you're giving up, a lot. I get it, but I think because I have a lot of trust in this that if it didn't get, if it didn't get close to that level, I'm not that interested. But there's no question. I mean, if you want to play it down here, but I just think that 5 might stall it. Probably CUEN, right? Not W. Okay, thank you, Jamie. You're streaming now. Great. I'll stop my stream now. Have fun, Jamie, for your hour.
Okay, no problem, Barry. Fun we shall have. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the hour that we allocate for the live support session. Hopefully, everyone has eyes on my desktop here. Um, I've got the chat panel pulled up here, so if someone could be so kind as just to let me know if you can see and hear me okay, then I'll know we're good to go. But boy, as Barry was illustrating in some of his prior plays over the past couple of days, we've had some huge movers in the small cap arena. Everybody probably remembers this one from yesterday and the day before. Or excuse me, today and yesterday, I should say. Big move up, big move down in Neuro. And the soup du jour for today appears to be the IPA, making a massive intraday run here. Nice little setup early on in the day. Grapple, thank you very much. I'm assuming everybody can see and hear me okay, so good deal. Excellent. Just remember that this is the hour for the live support session. If you have any questions about anything, just let me know. I'll do my best to answer those questions. And happy lunch to you as well, Kevco. Check out the IWM here, going the opposite direction of all the other things, and this is typical. You know, we had a nice little 3-day bounce there off the bottom on the daily, and boy, taking its pullback today. Seems like every, support, not necessarily a medical company, but definitely Neuro and a lot of these other high flyers, of course, they're going to be attached to the biotech world. But boy, no shortage of high volume things coming through the old high volume tickers today. Okay, the question is for swings, what do you look at as far as float and volume? You know, it just depends there, Grapple, on, you know, everybody's got their own favorite patterns that they like to play. You know, retracements, you know, bouncing off of support, bumping head against resistance, or, you know, even some of the simpler things like breakouts. Check out eBay hitting all-time highs today. So for example, you know, just looking at this eBay chart in the past, when these breakout levels occur, these typically pique my interest. All right, we had a nice little breakout here. Didn't last too long. This area, thinking we might have a little bit of support once that break was made. Of course, it's going to put you through as much pain as possible before the 20 period caught it, propels it back up. Then we get a second pop here from that original breakout. And then we had this nice little basing pattern up here. And lo and behold, we have another breakout occurring in eBay. You know, so I like the breakouts on the swing trades. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, just like, well, just about like every other pattern out there. Pullbacks to the 50 period on the SMA as well. As we can see, just in the overall market sell-off that we had, a little 1, 2, 3, 4-day capitulation down here. Notice my pink line there. That is the old 50 period, right? So breakouts are one of my favorite swing setups. Pullbacks to the 50 period are also very interesting as well. Of course, the overall market did it on the SPY here that we see, but individual equities can also do the same thing. Andy has produced a pretty good top list for finding these things. Pull back to the 50 period. Let's see if I can pull it out of my archives here. Take a look. Pull back above the 50 period. All right. Okay, well above on this guy right here. List not very highly populated. Of course, this is a top list. I have to revisit the filter set here because anytime a filter is not met, that stock's going to disappear. But we could easily take that filter set out and kind of take a gander at the history by chunking that filter set into an alert window. It's kind of reviewing the history here. Of course, we're going to be viewing stocks that used to be on the list but are no longer on the list because one of the filters has not been met. Yeah, well above the 50 period here. Looks more like the 20 is acting as a level of support there. Okay, this one a little bit different. You know, we got the 20 and the 50 crossing down here. But we had that nice little cross. Boom. Everybody probably thought all hope was lost for KNX on that day, but quickly, you know, got close to reclaiming that area. And then, of course, a gap today above both of the moving averages. But we can see not a whole lot of stocks in here for today. FPE, another one, but well above the 50 period. So it's really just about any, you know, everybody's got different moving averages that they like. Some are EMA people, SMA people. You like the 20, you like the 50. You know, every once in a while we're seeing stocks go test that 200-day period. But not a whole lot of those here lately. So I kind of got off topic there, Grapple. We were talking about what do I look for in, you know, in float and volume. Well, volume, the more the better, always the case, just about in just about every setup. As far as the float goes, I don't really discriminate. You know, the benefit of the low float is, and if we just pull up, say, Neuro again, check out the float. Okay, no wonder Neuro went on this crazy, you know, run up, and the equivalent crazy run down from 40 down to 23 and change here. Only 3.7 million shares in the float. Okay, and this thing was doing massive volume yesterday, the day before, and you know, all 3 days here. Massive volume on that first day. So when you have big volume come in, even today, for example, let's call that 4 million shares, and 41 million have traded today. So in essence, that float's turned over in excess of 4 times just in today's session. So when you have the volume come into these low floaters, boy, they can really get moving here. So, you know, I always like to take a look at the float, all right? And I do know that if the setup works, we could get some massive movement. But that's not to say we might get some good movement in a stock with 100 million shares as well. But from a percentage standpoint, you stand to see much bigger moves when the short floats come into play. And typically, you know, 20 million shares is considered a small float. When you start getting below 5, you can really get some fireworks when the volume comes into these things. Is IPA, well, is it still a good play for the rest of the day? Well, it's a little, you know, all the low fruit was plucked pretty early on. I mean, you know, here we are looking at the daily here. Let me compress it up. I tell you what, let's just zoom out a little bit more. Take a look at the weekly here. Okay, so these are apparently all the weeks that IPA has been trading. When we do have limited history like this, I like to see what the old anchored VWAP is going to show us. We're going to anchor to that first week there and check out what we got going here. This is the anchored VWAP from the first week of trading. And boom, all the way up, and currently is above that anchored VWAP. So if this thing closes, I'd say, tell you what, let me back out here. I want to see the day. Okay, this is the first big day, all right? And typically these things don't just peter out the next day. So it's probably going to be in play again tomorrow. Will it be a retracement, or will we see more upside? Well, we don't know yet. We'll just have to wait and see. So going back to the weekly here, since this is the first day that this thing got frisky, we can see the purple line here is the anchored VWAP. If we get a close above, let's just call it 12 and a quarter here, then we could have more upside for today. Now, of course, getting in at a decent price in this big green weekly or big green daily candle, if we kind of take a glance over here, these are currently 5-minute candles. Let's just go to 15s. I mean, look at this beautiful little setup, okay? We did have a nice gap from 5-ish up to 6-ish today. But look at this nice setup that occurred, right? We had about, in the first hour, a good 45 minutes of consolidation. So let's say you're watching a high volume top list, a high volume ticker, and you've seen IPA come through and you're like, wow, this thing's doing some massive volume today. Over 1,000 on relative, which you see them from time to time. They're not that common, relatively a low float, sub 20 million. And we just have this very calm, very low risk opening range break here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. As far as marking off the high and the low here, from an intraday signal here, 1, 2, 3, 4, hour and 15 minutes in, we get that crack of the opening range break there, right about the 867 level. If we took this trade to assess risk, what I typically do on these range breaks is just look at the prior 15-minute candle. That will be our risk, right? So if we bought the opening range break here, right about, let's just call it 870, risk would have been a little over a point. But that's because this thing's in play. You could reduce your share size if you're not, if risking a point on a $7 stock makes you a little nervous. Well, it's the pattern. It's the volume that we're interested in. Don't want to, get too freaked out, taking too much risk. So the answer is just to kind of taper off on your size, right? When you see larger risks, even though the chart looks pristine, that's a big gap there between 864, 740. We'll just call it a buck. So shaving down the share size to be in a little bit riskier trade helps take the edge off. So getting back to the question there, V, I would watch this one tomorrow. I wouldn't just dive in at the open. I'd probably start with 5-minute candles to get through that first 30-minute or an hour. See if it sets up with acceptable risk. And then if this thing goes again, it might pull a Neuro, or it might set up to the downside tomorrow, in which case we would just invert this pattern here. All right, Kevcom, noticing my customized scanners. Is there a way for me to adjust the fonts? Yeah, adjusting fonts within Trade Ideas, we just go to Tools, assuming I'm understanding the question here. La 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 la. Okay, went to Tools, go to General here, and then I can adjust my fonts right here. I can also select, the style of font, the size, and whether I'd like them to be bold, which I do have currently. So let me know if that does it for you, Kevcom. Adjusting fonts. I go, you know what? I got to double my fonts. I think I might have choked the system up a little bit here. I'm getting the spinny wheel. It's like, why do you want 20 size fonts? Oops. I think I might have just... Okay, it's just taken a while to adjust on my windows, but you can see now I've got super duper fonts. Obviously not what I would want to stick with, but you get the point here. Let's take it back down. Mental note to self, do not adjust fonts to 20 in the future. I think it's just the size going from 10 to 20. If I would have went from 10 to 11 or 10 to 12, it probably wouldn't take so long. There we go. Back to readable. Yeah, the bold, I like the bold. I like the bold. Okay, so, it's hard to avoid all the red that we see on the Holly AI blotter today, but this kind of is par for the course. Yesterday, decent day. Today, not such a decent day. Kind of seems hard for the AI to string some winning days together as of late, but not doing too shabby on a week-to-week basis. Looking at the totals over here, every module is red today. Neo's losing the least on 3. Holly's down almost 2 points on 2 trades. 2.0. 1.0 is down a little over $1.50 on 3 trades. Of course, these values over here are assuming 100 shares per trade, whereas the values that you see here are reflective of risking $100 per trade. So, interesting, on 8 signals here today, we've got a 50% stop out rate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Were any of these good trader rounds? And I can tell you right now, without even looking, WISA was. How do I know that? Because we got stopped out, but if we stayed in the trade, we'd be up we'll just call that 2.6R on a $100 risk. So, first trade was stopped out. Let's take a look at it. But the re-entry would have been good, right? So here we got the WISA. We got the short signal up here. Notice the market cap. It's one of the small ones, okay? 68 million on the market cap. So depending on where you trade, E-Trade, Ameritrade, Interactive Brokers, there's always the question on a short play like this, is it borrowable? I can tell you from experience at E-Trade it was not borrowable. Might have been available over at Ameritrade or Interactive Brokers. I know that Interactive Brokers seems to have more of the more robust shortlist than some of the other ones. Kind of ironic since they still charge commissions, and when you go to the commission-free brokers, their hard-to-borrow list isn't quite as robust. So it's kind of like they're giving us the choice. The industry as a whole is like, you want the good short list? You want the free commissions? It's kind of hard to find both right now. In any case, not a bad trade here, but I tell you what, let's go to 5-minute candelas here, just so we can see a little bit more detail. And get back on it here. I gotta swap it. Okay, so entry candle looked nice and juicy. Looked like this thing was just gonna boom straight down. Says hold on a minute, gonna stop everybody out up here. Throw a little jab up here. That gets us out, only to have the thing turn and go exactly the way we hoped it would. All right. Now, as far as re-entering these things, we can simply watch. How did the thing react around the stop area? Well, wicked right up, right back down below it on the close of that 5-minute candle. Once we see that occur, we could make the extrapolation, hey, this stop area in essence is acting as a pivot point, right? It might act as an area of supply or short-term resistance. In this case, it did. So once you see this candle close, could have the opportunity to get the same price. So while this candle was in play, or about halfway in between the stop area and the original price, anywhere in this area would have been a good re-entry. Okay. When we're dealing with the AI in automation mode, if we have re-entries enabled, then that is the call right there. Once it gets stopped out and it gets 50%, back to the original signal, then this area right here would have been re-entry if you were using automation. Singularity, if you're asking if I work for SMB, that would be negative. But I've been told I've sounded like other people throughout the years. People even tell me sometimes they're like, you look like my friend, you look like my brother, so I get that a lot. SMB, definitely been around for a while. But to your point, Singularity, yes, I'm one of the older people at Trade Ideas. Myself and Dan and a lot of the founding members, we all got to know each other in the SOS Bandit era. Caught the tail end of the 90s. And we've been in the space ever since. Well, Mike, glad you could join us, sir. Always a pleasure. Of course, it being lunch hour on the exchanges, no big surprise to see volume taking a snooze here. We just kind of look at these smaller time frames here, well below 100, which is normal. And the IWM looks like it's given back just a tad more. When we started, we were down about 1.7. Gave up another 0.3%, but boy, I got some lag on this today. You know, we were talking about, I briefly mentioned some things are testing their 200 period moving average. IWM sure got close back around the 19th. Stopped just short of it. Not a bad move in Sava today, but one of the larger cap stocks, as the green color indicates here. Papa John's having its day in the sun as it's breaking all-time highs. I forgot who was asking about setups earlier on swing trades. When we get this nice little, top put in, we got a retracement down to the 10. First stop, hey, is the 10 going to hold? Maybe, maybe not. Nope, comes down here and tests the 20, puts in a wick. Once we get the recapture of the 10 period here, that give you a lot of confidence, right? Hey, we saw what it did down here at the 20. If I want to swing this, could easily, after this day was done and this day begins, take a position, use that just below the 20 as our out in hopes that we're going to get a break. And sure enough, today, well, poked our head through it a little bit yesterday, only to be snapped back down, but a little oomph today. Earnings aren't till August 10th. Nice little setup. Pardon me while I just check on a few positions here. Okay, since the questions panel is not real active right now, and by the way, just if you do have a question, let me have it. I'm going to take the opportunity to do a little exploring here, just on a random idea. All right, we're going to leave that in. We're going to get rid of all these filters. Maybe we'll leave maximum price. We're just going to say, hey, as long as it's traded 100,000 today, show it to me. Grapple for a good long run there, ever since the V bottom from the whole COVID thing, it was a nice run. And the swing trading, I never like to use the word easy to describe any style, whether it's swing or intraday. But hey, we all know intraday is the hardest way to grind it out in the trading world. But for a long time there, the swing trades were, it once again not easy, but was definitely the path of least resistance. But since let me just click OK here, save those changes. But since we've gotten back up to, all-time highs, just check out this little nice trip that we had for a long time. Now that we're up here and we're starting to base around, the swing trading has, well, let's just say the low-hanging fruit has been plucked. But it really depends on the characteristics of the setup. If we're talking about nice, clean opening range breaks that are a very simple pattern, and when we have volume coming into those things, like I just pulled up DSP from my high volume ticker at random here. And here we are looking at the action today in 5-minute candles, right? So first candle of the day here, we put in a high. Second candle of the day, we went down here and wicked out on the low. And then we went into consolidation mode, okay, in between the high and the low. So if I got the alert on DSP right here, as far as a day trade goes, boom, that would have been a great time to buy that stock. It didn't just immediately go, right? It hovered around the entry level, up and before, and then finally got a little bit of moxie. Maybe, a big volume bar obviously came in and went ahead and it went. That opening range break continued, right? So not a bad little move there on a low risk trade, because if we're playing the range break game, the entry candle here, I would look back at the prior 15 minutes, not including the entry bar. 1, 2, 3. This would have been my risk right here, right? Not a whole lot of risk, and the reward area is much larger than the risk, right? So I definitely like to play these on the intraday level, but the pattern has to be pristine. And I try not to chase things. The other day in Euro, I was late to the punch. It had already moved well past the area. Let's just take a look. Okay, so it was this day right here. I mean, it set up beautifully. I just missed it. Look at that. It took all day, right? Let me just get it back in 15s here. Okay, so now we're looking at 15-minute candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This thing just sat there, consolidating sideways for an hour and 15 minutes before we got that break. All right, with very minimal risk. And then if you just bought this simple range break, boom, before you know it, we're up at 11 bucks. This was down here around 5, right? And then we see what transpired over the next couple of days. But that would have been a beautiful place to be in that trade. Of course, very few stocks that exhibit this pattern are going to make the move that we saw in Euro, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, if it looks strong and you're already, it's a lot easier to hold something overnight and turn that intraday trade into a swing trade because it's working. The longer term chart is emphasizing what you're seeing here. Once you saw this runaway bar, and let's say you held some of that and you're in the money pretty well, well then, hey, the pressure's off. Let's take some overnight, see what happens. So that's what I like to do a lot of the times. If I see a nice opening range break and the trade works and the close of the day is coming and you're up nicely, if you're in 400 shares, you're like, hey, you know what? I'll peel off half or maybe take 300 off the table, lock in that profit, hold that other 100 shares that you're in the nice, you're nice and in the money for the swing, So an intraday trade, depending on the longer term chart pattern, can become a swing trade. And of course, our in-house intraday trading master of ceremonies, Barry, is, He's predominantly intraday, but if he sees something that, he likes, I don't think he's adverse to holding a few things overnight, but he's primarily an intraday guy and very talented at what he does. Well, stops overnight. The question is, do you use stops overnight? Well, when swing trading, okay, the only time I'll put a stop in is if I'm not in the chair watching everything. Okay, now when it comes to overnight stops, depending on the type of order you throw out there, right? Because you can have stops that only trigger during the regular session, and then you can have stops that are prone to post-market wiggles. So typically, if I'm in a swing trade, the market opens, I'm not going to have any stops out in the first 15 minutes because those algos go crazy. You get those wide range bars. They're, stop hunting algos, so to speak. There's a lot of action going on out there, so it's real easy to get stopped out of something in that opening 15 minutes, only to see it wick back up and be back in the normal range. So I'm not really a big fan of stops in general, much less ones that are susceptible to being hit post and pre-market. A Siri, is there a way to exit a trade when the 1 minute RSI hits 70? I think that's the question. I mean, I know we've got the 1 minute RSI. Have you tried plugging this in as a filter in B+, a Siri? I think that's what you're getting at, right? And to have this thing show up as a, and once again, I'm just assuming you're talking about Brokerage Plus functionality, right? So, let me just pull mine over here. Uh-oh, IB's down? Not good. And Grapple, the question, how many trades are you typically in? That's all going to be dependent upon what is produced by my scanners, right? And the ones that I happen to stumble across where the timing is good. Because, for example, all of my windows are spitting out plenty of symbols each and every day. And of course, they're going to meet the characteristics that I'm looking for in the stock, but the pattern is secondary. So it just really depends on the day. Could be 1 or 2, could be 10, could be 15, right? Also, I like to pay attention to all the AI trades as well. Interesting. Several major websites go down in widespread internet outage. Goodness. Well, not a good thing. Apparently, we're still up for now. DPZ, let's take a look at the earnings action. And I'll come back to you, Siri, on that RSI thing. Yes, pizza is in play. Domino's doing its thing. And we just saw pizza, Papa John's, coming through as well. Which interesting. Take a look at the weekly here. Okay, apparently Domino's Pizza is hitting all-time highs. So what I'm curious about is why I'm not seeing it come through here. We got pizza. I mean, it should be coming through, one would think, now. We got massive, well, not massive, but we've got very healthy relative volume coming through there. Well, one of the filters is not being met here. I'm just curious now. I didn't maximize. Oh, it's the price. Yeah, 300. Domino's is. So we'll just jack this up, and we should see it pop through. And there we go. DPZ pizza. Big cap in excess of 4 billion, as we can see, 20 billion market cap, whereas Papa John's just a meager 3.9 billion in the market cap. So Domino's is still by far and away king of pizzas as far as market cap goes. Fidelity's down, IB's getting hit. Looks like E-Trade is still up for now. Interesting. Well, you know, you've been hearing all these things just through social media and other news outlets and stuff, and one thing they've been talking about a lot, they're like, oh, cyber attacks are looming. I'm like, great, that's something to look forward to, and I guess I guess we're seeing these things actually happen now, which is kind of strange. Yep, E-Trade is still up. All right, we got a question. Could you please shed some light as to what SPY is and how it controls the market? Okay, good question. Well, what is the SPY? Okay, the S&P 500 is the 500 largest cap stocks that are in the index. So the S&P 500 is made up of 500 different companies that, based on their merits, make it into the S&P 500. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think minimum market cap, man, I forgot. I want to say it's like 4 point something billion, but I could be wrong. Somebody might want to check my fact there. So the S&P is an index of the 500 larger cap stocks in the market, and that index, as we can see here from the SPY tracking ETF, as those stocks ebb and flow, the index moves up or down. So that's what the S&P is, and not saying it controls everything. Like, just because the S&P is going up doesn't necessarily mean that the Qs, which are the Nasdaq index, are going to follow it. But typically, everything's going to flow to the whims of the great magnet, which is the S&P 500. Interesting, as I'm talking, my index top list here just went blank. Looks like I had a little hiccup. My ping level spiked here. I'm like thinking, okay, did my ISP just go down? Let me do a reset here. Okay, we're back. Okay. So you can see, and we've been having this occur lately, over the past 3-4 weeks, we would have days where the Qs would be up significantly and the SPY would just be sitting there. Then the next day we'd have the SPY up and the Qs just sitting there. Well, today, SPY and Q are basically in pretty close proximity as far as net change since the open. 0.3% on the Qs, flat on the SPY. But look at the IWM, down 1.5%. Okay, so now it's IWM's turn to have a little decoupling from the major indexes here. So most of the time, the averages are going to be in parity and move with one another. Typically, that's going to be based around what the SPY or the Qs are doing. Only wacky thing about the Qs right now is that it's heavily weighted in the conglomerate tech giants: Google, Facebook, Apple, Netflix. There's a big overweighting there. So even though it is an index, you got the 4 or 5 stocks can really tug that thing around. So just kind of circling back, Grant, why does the S&P have so much sway over market activity? Because it is the index. It's the King Daddy 500 large cap index. Horizon Pharmaceutical. Gee, another pharmaceutical company hitting all-time highs. Isn't that just wacky? Not too bad of a setup on the weekly here. Not bad at all. 20 period catch, back up. Earnings aren't till August 4th. Let's take a look at that one on the daily. And a little bit of an energy expenditure leading up to this level, but it simply did not care. Now, it would be crucial, is this area going to act as support moving forward, or is it going to, act as some supply resistance? Well, right now, HZMP is looking good, so if we get a close today above this level, then potentially we could be at a new level of support. But until the day is done and we see where this close occurs, it looks very strong on the intraday. On the 15, check out how the 10 period, the green line here, is in full control and appears to be getting a nice little push up again. Grapple 13.1 billion. I was just off a little bit. It's only off by about 9 billion. No problem, Grant. Just checking to see if all my other stuff, well, knock on wood, I've had no internet issues yet. My connection's been pretty stable. I did have some issues last week, and I was like, oh no. Fortunately, it was just 1 or 2 days, and I was back to stable. All right, so as everyone may or may not know, we do have version 5.5, which is the current version that I'm on right here, available as our latest beta, which gives you access to the new container functionality. This is still the old school way. You can see all my windows are free floating. But just in case you haven't been made aware, if I go to new, I can do it one of two ways. I can just pop out a new dock with a channel bar for easy channel manipulation here. And I've got the free floating container that I can easily move around, giving me the ability to spawn multiple channels, not have to lose my current layout. So I've been having a lot of fun with this here lately. Got some nice ideas. I need to get busy and build some new docked windows. Let's see, did we have the duplicate function yet? Yep. They've added some more things. This little right-click menu, if we just go to the top border, adding more and more functionality here. So I could easily duplicate that and say, you know what, I also want to see sector status. This is a great little channel to go to, pre-market, see what sectors might be heating up. A lot of green today. Seems like energy and communications are the only ones with a little bit of pink. Financial a little bit, but industrials, technology, financials relatively strong. Healthcare, consumer discretionary. And we can just easily push these around. Or keep in mind also, we can take layouts or individually free-floating windows and convert them into a container. So if I just right-click in an existing free-floating alert window, let's see, that was a, let me look at this UL, that was a closing trade. Okay. Took a long time from the short sell here, but we finally got a stop out on UL. So when I see a stop out occur, typically I just get into the habit, go back down to a smaller time frame, watch what happens, you know. How are we going to react around this stop area? Well, I like the action thus far, and I just shifted down to 2-minute candles just to get a little bit more detail. But looks like it might be a good candidate for a re-entry here or a first-time entry. if you weren't in it the first time, because A, even if we shorted it right here at 55.91 and the stop is at 56, we're going to make it go pop a new high to get us out here, okay? And we're going to risk a dime, right? So I can get a better price than the AI, and I can take a smaller risk here. So, pardon me 1 second. Wow, when I resized my my columns earlier, it freaked out my brokerage plus order entry window. Interesting. Oh well, I'll just leave it alone for now. But you get my point here. Sometimes you can take advantage of the AI stop out. It's very similar. We laugh about it all the time, referring back to us old dudes who all had to go to trading offices back in the olden times of the late 90s. Except instead of an AI getting stopped out of a trade, it would be somebody that we know sit across the pod from us, or maybe they sit a couple of clicks down from us, bitching and moaning about, oh, I'm about to get stopped out. Sure enough, the stop out comes. We all kind of look at each other and go, okay, now seems like a good time to buy or go short around his stop area. So it's the same thing here, taking advantage of that information in a live real-time environment from a human being. But you can do the same thing now, except we have an AI to get stopped out for you. And, you know, a lot of the times if things aren't working, well, a lot of the times it makes sense to take a delayed entry or something around a stop area. Not quite a contrarian entry, it's just noticing that it's behaving like it is around the stop area. And it would be, let's see, if I go back to 15s here, I would probably wait for the candle close here, all right, which I think we're just about to get a new candle right here, but it's just barely under the stop area. Barry is on with me. Are you hearing Barry? Gary? Or did I lose my connection? Let me test it here. Okay, Rudy. I was like, Barry's on? Okay. I gotcha. I gotcha. So I was just seeing if I could, when I move this window, I'm looking at my other screen to see if it's moving, and it's not. So that gave me concern that, okay, I just had to refresh my browser there. Okay. All right. All right. Panic averted. Thank you, Rudy. What platform do most of traders use to get shares to short? Good question. As I was saying earlier, depending on, you know, if you're talking about the larger retail firms, E-Trade, Ameritrade, and Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers seems to have the most robust or lengthiest short list. You know, they're real good about these smaller caps. For example, today at E-Trade, WISA was not shortable, okay? But I didn't check Interactive Brokers. Example, yesterday, SGMA. Note the small market cap, okay? 25 million. Wow. Micro cap, 3 million shares in the float. Was not shortable at E-Trade, but there were plenty of shares shortable at Interactive Brokers, right? Have been noticing the correlation. If the commissions are free, it seems that the short list is not as lengthy, whereas Interactive Brokers, if you're auto trading, routing trades through their API, they still charge you a commission. Now they do have the light version of IB, and they don't charge you a commission, but you're not allowed to use the API or automate orders through that conduit. So it seems like there's a little unspoken rule, for lack of a better term. Oh, you want to pay commissions? We'll give you a nice short list. Oh, you want free commissions? Well, you're not going to get some of the smaller cap stocks. So that's my take on the short game right now. Some firms like Tasty Trade, if it's hard to borrow, they'll make it available to you for additional fees, and those are not cheap. Reminds me very much of the proprietary trading world. A lot of the times, if it's hard to borrow, you can locate, but they're going to hit you for a penny a share, or $10 a thousand, or $20 a thousand. Sometimes it's even higher than that. So, Mike, I hope that sheds a little bit of light there. We all thought back in the older days, around the 2000 era, when they're like everything's going to go no uptick, right? Because you used to have to wait for an uptick to short a stock. They did away with the uptick rule, and we thought it was just going to be a big free-for-all. But then they're like, oh, well, since you can short everything now we're gonna play the hard to borrow game, right? So there's always a catch. No free lunch, in other words. What's that old saying? If the product is free, you're the product. All right, just checking in. My blotter is still red. And unless we get a big push today, probably will just be, one of those red days. Nice little gap down on go. Hey, and we got, guess what? A pharmaceutical. Pharmaceuticals and Starbucks. I haven't done the research, but technically Starbucks is a quote-unquote coffee store. But I wonder how many milkshakes they've sold in the form of what they call frappuccinos, which of course are just milkshakes with coffee in there. All right, guys, any questions pertaining to the tech? Let me have it. Just doing a time check here. I got about 9 minutes left till the top of the hour, and it's just getting pretty sleepy out there. Let's see things that have been hitting all-time lows. Not a whole lot of them out there. Of course, most of these are going to be small caps. Wow, we must have a newborn here today. Let's check it out. Not today, but second day of trading. Must have been an IPO. This was either an IPO or a re-symbol. Let's see here on the news. Cannabis infused. Interesting. Emerging healthy snack platform to list on NASDAQ. Okay. Well, in any case, only 2 days old. Let's see what we opened at up here. 853. Okay. Not really huge increments here. These are just 50 cent increments. But interesting nonetheless. Might not be hitting lows for that long. Now, these are the interesting ones. When we see the big caps, which are the greens, anything over 4 billion, finance and insurance, kind of not used to seeing this, right? A big cap stock getting punched down to all-time lows. Something must be afoot, right? Decent quarterly revenue growth. Positive earnings. Well, it is Chinese. That could have something to do with it, with everything that's going on out there. But not a bad setup here. I mean, just the an inverted play from what we were looking at earlier. Stocks breaking out at all-time highs. This one sets up. choose through this little area right here, and things aren't looking too good for LU because, you know, where might it stop? Nobody knows, because when we look way back here, we don't see anything, right? There's no area that can act as potential support. This area, they were hoping it would. Oh, let's just gap it right down through that area. And then we had an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 7-day setup period here, and this thing's going to punch lows. Typically what we refer to as in the hole, right? Nothing to catch it. Sometimes these things run, just like an upside breakout. Sometimes they don't. Interesting action from EHR. First, it's coming through new highs all day on the high volume. Now it's coming through as it punches new lows. Typically, you don't see that. Every time I look at this ticker, I want to say Spirit Airlines, but that is not what we have going on here. Support, and the reason this has been all over a lot of people's radars as of late is because of what we got going on over here in this short float. Still showing 55.89% of the float short by the classic definition of 20 million or lower, 17 million. So when you get high short float coupled with a low float and high volume, then you have massive potential for a short squeeze. Where you have normal buying, and then you have accelerated buying to cover those shorts, adding fuel to the fire, and you get big moves sometimes. Speaking of short float, what was the one that we were looking at, Neuro, earlier? I don't think the short float, yeah, I don't think it was ever very big. This one was just a micro float, we could call it. Yeah, even Barry got my interest peaked. What he was talking about before he left, about he's going to show everybody a custom formula. Exciting. Huh. What do we got for market cap here? 1.6 bill. Yeah, this is, I guess, the company that you see all the commercials for. Which, boy, sure seen a lot of those pop onto the scene here lately. There used to be none. Now there's like 10 that I see commercials for. And you're like, yeah, I guess that's where that segment of the medical field is going. You just virtual everything. Sorry guys, somebody's just pinging me on a back channel here. Let me tend to it real quick. I thought I was seeing things for a moment. I was like, is that green on my blotter? Yeah, but it's just the word long. It's not a number. We need some green numbers. Obviously not any spread between conservative. I was like, what am I looking at? I'm on the wrong day. There's no green today. Forgot to put it back in real time. Yeah, so the only shining star of any trade around opportunity was the WISA. Everything else just kind of a blah day for the AI today. Always a pleasure, Sir Mike. But the market definitely taking a little snooze. You know, I got a little sidetracked earlier. I was going to run some back tests on some ideas that I had earlier. Got kind of sidetracked. I'll have to get to that later this eve. Allocate a little scanning time. But the idea is, and of course, Michael Noss has been doing this, been doing a lot of scanning, looking at things. where you make entries in the last hour or 30 minutes for swing trades. Okay, and so I like that idea a lot. You know, it just kind of simplifies things. It's a little bit fresher of a twist on potentially getting some gap in there as well, and that's always good. So if I can muster some scan time later on, I'm just going to start with some alerts and see what alerts look best for that time period, and then try to back into the equation with things that actually trade decent share size, right? Different ways to start scans and try to back into the equation. Sometimes you can just start with the alert. Of course, you're going to get a lot of thinly traded stocks show up in there, but once you get the scan going, then you can back into it, go look at the volume requirements and see, you know, if it might be valid. Or I could steal Michael Noss's scans. Kidding, obviously, Michael, if you're listening. All right, looks like we got about a minute to the top of the hour. Let me just touch base with Senor Barry. And big news, everybody. Tomorrow's Friday. So the question remains, and this is kind of a running joke as well, hey, if we get a little pep today, or maybe we close a little, if we close right here, close on a little doji on that 10 period, who knows? That's quite a stretch to say we'd be back at all-time highs by the close tomorrow, but we might be close. Then again, we might visit this area. Who knows? All right, just waiting for Barry to take the reins. See if some volume comes back in the last hour here. It's funny, every day we did get a little bit of that ramp action in the last 15 minutes there of yesterday. And, you know, going into this candle, I was like, yeah, I guess the ramp's not going to come into play today. But sure enough, whoosh. Little surge back up to the top there. We'll see what happens at the close. Okay, Barry says he is starting his stream back up. So thanks, everybody. I hope everybody has a good day, good rest of the day. Hope you have a green Friday. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All right, keep an eye on the CEMI, guys. I mean, the CEMI. I mean, the longer it holds 6. Remember, this could be a bit of a magnet, yesterday's high. Problem is we couldn't short it, right? You're talking about the IPA? Yeah, we could not short that one. But we were thinking of you, Zach, so Real was thinking of you. IPA. Could not short that at Interactive Brokers. However, the NRXP was shortable, and I'm sure you guys must have shorted that one. Ah, you didn't miss it. I just see. I had to be reminded. Okay, guys. So this is what I'm talking about. Check. Oops, sugar. I forgot I can't do it like that. Just give me a moment here. Okay. Just give me a moment. This is no big deal. Well, this is what I call flow turnover. Check these stocks out. Do they look familiar to you? Okay. Do they look familiar? So, unfortunately, you have to write a custom formula for it. Okay. I've been hammering at the company to give us just a normal filter for it, and it's just taking time. Enough said. Okay. But so this is a custom formula right there. Let's see if there, the float turnover, as I call it. Okay, it's easy to create. But I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put how you, if you've never created a custom filter before. I'm gonna put this in the tech support section. Okay, so I put this in the tech support session or section, and here's the formula to use. Has to be exact. Okay, so if you follow that, if you follow the instructions to create a custom formula, if you know how to do it, then there's the formula to use, and that'll be just a filter, like a normal filter with a min and a max. Okay, and then all I did. What did I do? I think I put one at least, 1.5. So in other words, the float has to turn over at least 1.5. And then with these other filters in, I mean, you can make adjustments, to the price range and minimum volume and things like that, but that's what it is. And I mean, every day the ones that are really really moving are these ones. The ones that are really turning the float over. So I can't. If I give this to you, the problem is this will not. The custom formula does not transfer over as a copied function. Okay, so I can give this to you, but what it'll look, you just won't have this flow turnover. You'll have to create it yourself and add it in. But I've been looking at this now for a couple of weeks now, and if all you wanted to do was see the ones that are like really, really moving, this as a watch list is awesome. There it goes, guys. There goes the semi. It said all I had to do. Well, all it had to do was maintain 6. Now, right there. There's your challenge if you're in it. There's your challenge right there. Is the high of yesterday, which was 695. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it again. But you have to create the formula. You have to go to the tech support section. If you've never created a custom formula before, you have to go to the tech support. And I show you if you've never created one before. If you've created it before, that's fine. There's the formula, and it has to be exact. Okay. Yeah, it turned out to be, Dreamer. It definitely turned out to be. And look, there it is, right there too. Okay, then that's the formula to use. And then, I mean, if you can use this as your template if you want, or create your own. I mean, with your own price range and minimum volume. I mean, again, I can give you the template. I get, but understanding that that formula doesn't copy. You'll have to create it yourself. All right, guys. Let's see. How did that narrow? Did it keep going or did it just stall? This one to me would really, and you'd be giving a lot away, but this would probably have to take out, 27 or so. Giving a lot away, but then, that might get traders enthusiastic for it again. And then maybe you can, take a look at that 40 mark again. Well, I think they actually had some, I don't know if this is new news, but they did have some news, $4 million just before it got halted. So this is I don't know if this is the same news as I had yesterday, but that was at 12:49 and it got halted at 12:50. No idea, Pete. I mean, there's conspiracy theorists out there that would think that. I just don't even pay attention. Haven't looked at one earnings play. Why should I? I mean, they're not the dynamic ones. Well, if we believe the bid ask right now for it is going to be right at the high of yesterday for semi. And it just opened and boom, it just took out briefly. It just took out briefly the high of yesterday. Now you see, it's the only way it'll show up here. It had to take out the high of yesterday. Look at it go, guys. Wow. What a way to make a living. I mean, unbelievable. What's the phrase? We gotta make hay while the sun shines, guys. I mean, I'm not saying this option scanner is going to be, No, not every day, believe me. But this week it's been incredible. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Pay attention to it. See, what we're seeing in the option scanner are stocks that are popping and they have room. What was happening a couple of weeks ago, we were getting some alerts, but what I was seeing is a lot of resistance close by, nearby. So I think I wasn't taking a lot of those trades, even though some of them did work anyway. But I mean, in most of the cases here, these stocks are triggering, and there's a ton of room when you take a look at the higher time frames before you hit any resistance. So, I mean, that's just awesome. Cuentas. That did not do. Look at this. I mean, had the big pop in the pre-market, 561. Giving it up. That's shortable too. I just haven't even paid attention to, other than in the pre-market with the MCRB, which seems like a year ago. I haven't even concentrated on shorting anything. I'm talking about in my. Are you talking about it in the channel bar? No, that scan is not there in the channel bar. If that's what you're talking about. That scan is available here. Here, as in. Okay, so Tim, if you click on my homepage link, go to the scans section, and find the one that is unusually strong options, something like that. I think that's what it's called, unusually strong options. That's the scan we're talking about. Now remember, you've got to trade these, right? You've got to trade them. You can't just expect the stock that does this is to keep moving higher and higher. You got to trade them. Meanwhile, I haven't seen this one for a while. NTEC is making a new high here, and through the 200-day moving average, 409. The next high looking left is 5. So this has got some room. It's not an option play. It doesn't trade options. Um, You guys who are in YouTube, are you? What do you see? I'm just looking here. It looks like it's stuck on Jamie's. What do you guys see in YouTube? Do you see my? Do you see my what I'm calling my screen? Do you see NTEC, NTEC as the symbol that is being displayed in all the time frames? Oh, you do see that. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. No problem. See, this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing something that looks like this. And that's what I thought you guys were seeing, which is Jamie's screen. Okay. That's good. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute just for a couple of minutes. Yeah, Intech had a nice pop. Again, not an options play. Again, they don't all have to be, but once it took out that 200-day moving average, 409. For semi, well, again, just a matter of looking sort of intraday anyway. Let's take a look at semi for, well, I mean, right now, this could be a base. I mean, it all depends on that candle right there, but it's no, not yet. I mean, the next levels. I mean, it's really hard to say. There's nothing on the 2 minute chart. It's sort of straight down. I mean, I'm not saying it could get all the way down to 550. Or down through 6. To me, there are no near-term definable support areas for CEMI. I mean, obviously down here, but that's way down here. So hopefully you're not in this one. Now, I mean, if you took it, but as I say, all these have to be traded, in my opinion. You can't overstay your welcome. Now, KDMN is maybe setting up again. Take a look at KDMN. Look how it's basing here. So here's the deal. I'm sticking a price alert, maybe about 432, and see if it hits that price on volume. Okay. So what I want to see, it doesn't have to be that dramatic, but I want to see a big volume bar if it takes that out. But that's a great little base now on the 2-minute chart. Now it did have a cross, did have a little, but it's as Real would say, that's a consolidation cross. So I guess we can dismiss that. NRXP guys is having a huge bounce, I think. About $1, and that's the NRXP. Well, as opposed to just sitting on it, hoping it's just going to get higher and higher and higher and higher, and not, taking some profit along the way. Some people, will just look at, something that's going and just say, oh, I guess it's just going to keep going higher and higher and higher, and then watch it come down on them, and then still not sell. And all I'm saying is with these low floats, with these low float situations, anything can happen. The rug could get pulled. So if a person were in this one, in this area here, they watch it and then it got halted again, that first red bar has to be a warning sign. Okay, has to be. Even if you took some out here, okay, even if it popped afterwards, at least you think, okay, it pops afterwards. That's fine. But if it does this, at least you've taken some out, and I'd be taking some out all the way down. You can't allow it just to. So there's some people that would maybe look at this and they're in here and they're thinking, oh well, it's just a little pullback, and then all of a sudden they're flat. Okay. And instead of making pretty good money, you're out with either a loss or just marginal gain. So that's when I say must be traded. That is, in my opinion, anyway. So the cross we're talking about is we can find one here. Okay, there's a cross right there. So you see it on the 5-minute chart. A great cross, actually. On the 5-minute chart, you see the orange line, and there's the blue line. So the orange line is the 8 EMA, and here's the blue line is the 20 SMA. So you notice how, it might be hard to see, but that orange line crossed above the 20 SMA. So the 8 EMA crossed above. That, in theory, sets up a potential long. And obviously, in this case, it did. It doesn't always work like this, and then the cross down is just the reverse. If the 8 EMA crosses down below the 20 SMA, that sets up a potential short play. Well, yeah. These are indicators on the charts. Yes. You can put, you just add them to the charts. 8 EMA and 20 SMA. Oof, another one. Why? Oh, this is interesting, guys. The codex is interesting from the option scan. It hasn't moved yet. The volume came in. It might. There's the 200-day. That's far enough away, so it has some room, maybe to the 10 level. Just looking here, different areas of potential resistance. That's around 10 right there. Yeah, so, I'd be keeping an eye on it. I mean, it's not really doing too much from the alert. The alert was at 9:39, so we're sitting at 9:41, 9:44 bid ask, so it really hasn't moved. And another virus play. Yeah. Do they have news? So I see it had news earlier. New international co-primer. Republic of Korea patent for its co-primer technology. Okay. Didn't really do too much on that news. It did pop. Starting to move a little bit now. I would think that 10 will potentially will stall it. Yeah, 9:49, 9:50 now, guys. So hey, I mean, at this point, it's a minor winner. Yeah, the 50 could be the now it's yeah, I'm looking at the top. I know Real is going. It's at the top of a channel here, probably. It is. There's the Bollinger Band right there, so it's right at the top. Relatively low flow, 28 million. Certainly not excessive, not crazy low or anything, but just a minute for the day. I believe so. I put this in so long ago. Forgot how to even check. This is all right. Go COTX. Oh, okay, sorry. I'm pretty sure I do. I don't see why I would have. Yeah, 20 and 2. Yes, 20 and 2. Yeah. Well, guys, I don't want to say it's voodoo exactly, but my goodness. Got to trade it though, right? To make sure you don't. I mean, I don't know where it's going. Video instructions how to make your own docked window. In the email, there should have been a video in the email that you got a long time ago about it. Let me just see if I can grab it for you. You know what, Sam? But I can show you I can show you how you can do it if I can't get the video. I'm sure I know there's a video out there somewhere, but so let me show you, okay? I can show you how to do it. Let me get a couple of alert windows, or it doesn't matter, any windows at all, just to show you. Okay, so this is how I would start. Okay, I would get all the windows that you want to put into your docked window. Put them in the order you want, just so that you understand. Makes it easy, makes it easy visually for you. Okay, so I'm just going to use these two right here. But if you had 5 or 6 or 7, just kind of string them out so you kind of know where you want them to be. I'm in a trade. That's okay. I can do 10 things at a time. So once you have the windows that you want to put into your docked window. Oh, guys, I mean, this is insanely excellent. Jeez. Okay. Go to new, docked window. Okay. Notice how. Now give it a name. Let's call it Sam. Okay. Shrink it down a bit. You could even put this on another monitor if you wanted to, you know. Okay, so let's pretend we've got some windows that we want to put in here. So this is real simple now. Right click, and you see I've got some dock windows. I've named them all. You see it says duplicate into Sam. Boom. So it's here. Momo. Right click, duplicate into Sam. It's here. Now here's the trick. So imagine though you've got a bunch of these. You're going to have them all tabbed up here. Now here's where you can arrange them the way you want them to be. You just grab the top here and see how this little icon. So I could put it beside it, or I could put it below it. You know, it's just that's the idea. Okay. So that's the tricky part. It's just a matter of kind of arranging. You see that little icon will pop up. If I now wanted this, I want this below this one. See how the little icon pops up, or I want it beside it. It's just a matter of playing around with that icon and arranging the windows the way you want them to be. And then save it. Okay? Right click, save, and notice it's called Sam. So it's going to save this docked window for you and just save it. All right? Happens to the best of us, my trades. Okay, Tim, you missed that. Okay, so anybody else, if you know, please pay attention. I'll do it again. And you need the beta, by the way, Tim, just in case, you know, you'll need the latest beta in order to do what I just did. Create docked windows. This is a big dock window I've got. All my scans, all the windows are in here as an example, okay? Here's another docked window with all my thumbnail charts that I kind of follow, okay? So, but you need the late. Do you have the latest beta, Tim? Only at Trade Ideas will you find live support like that. Well, it makes it really simple when I can demo it. You know, I mean, as opposed to trying to go back and forth, you know, via email or even on TV. Okay, so yeah, you have to go. So go to yeah. Don't do it now. Now, guys, with the beta, there is an issue. There is an issue with the column sizing, okay, and it's going to it might confuse you, confound you. You won't like it at the beginning. I've been able to work around it. Okay. One of the things you might not be able to do is, you know, I never was one to have a company name in here, the sector it was in, things like, because it takes up a lot of space and it can screw up. Who cares? Look at Codex, guys. I'm sorry, this is unbelievable. All right, well, 10 could be the stalling area for Codex. I never use the show window. I know what you're talking about. I never use the show window. You're talking about this one, right? The show alert window? I didn't know that, but I never use this. Yeah, the reason being, now it's okay if you've got an alert window that only spits out, you know, a couple of alerts a day, that's fine. But if you have this checked, we get this question a lot. I'm busy, you know, I'm outside of Trade Ideas and I'm in a Word document, I'm typing it, and all of a sudden I can't type anymore. Well, what's happening is this show alert window keeps popping up and up and up. Every time it does, it basically takes over your keyboard. And so I found that out the difficult way years and years and years ago. And since then, I've never used it. I've never really had to use it. I mean, I suppose in theory, when you know this one, if you use it on here when you're only getting a few alerts, so that you absolutely know when you're getting one, I guess. But you know, I just put my sound alert on anyway, so I have a unique sound for that. Changes the focus. I guess that's more that that's the technical term, right? Okay, so here is the video. I guess maybe the official video regarding the videos. Regarding now I got to find it. Regarding docking. Oh my goodness, guys! I'm sorry. I'm running into some issues here trying to close it down. I can't find it. is it? Oh, phew. Okay. Well, guys, Codex, I mean, it is now getting really close to what I would have thought would be a resistance area. 10, number one. But who knows? I know I say that a lot, but we don't know. Yeah, the NXPR, I mean, great bounce, guys. Fantastic. A lot of action. All sorts of different types of plays, too. For those of you who like to play the bounces and the pullbacks and things like that, I mean, this is awesome. Now, Real may have said that's too many, 15-minute candles down, but regardless, I mean, if you're into this sort of a play, it's awesome. It's just not what I typically do. And if you're asking me why, if you're sitting there, well, why don't I do that? How awesome is this? You're absolutely right. The problem is, in my opinion, anyway, I try to specialize on one thing that I think I'm pretty good at, and that's, the momentum plays, breaking out to new highs, but on a good pattern. Like look at the pattern here, okay? That's what I feel I'm good at. So I don't want to get too distracted on too many different types of setups. But if Zach tells me to take the trade, I do. I just wanted to see if you're still listening to me. Only if the spread, like yesterday on the FWP, the spread actually tightened for about 2 seconds. Oh man, what a day. I think it's bike ride day. Yeah, okay, so this is the concept, Bill. First of all, can you hear me before I keep talking about it? Okay, and this is from Real, okay? This is absolutely not me at all. This is from Real many, 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 many months or years ago almost, I think. So anyway, he's the one who turned on the whole room to the concept of using the 80 MA, that's that orange line, and the 20 SMA, that's the blue line, okay? So the theory is this. Let's see if I can find a good one. And it doesn't matter the time frame. Can somebody show me a good one? Got an example of a good one so I don't have to scour. Oh, here, right here, okay? Now, this is, this got halted and all that, but you see how there's the ADMA, maybe it's hard to see. There's the ADMA, that line, and it's covered kind of by the candle. It crossed above the 20 SMA. The orange line, it crossed above it. You see the orange line up here? So it crossed it right around there. Okay? So the theory being is that that can set up a long trade. And it doesn't matter the time frame. If you look at it on a 2-minute chart, the problem, well, I won't call it the problem, but I mean, there's more confirmation the higher the time frame, but you may be giving up more. In other words, you might see a cross on the 2-minute chart, and it'll be at a certain price. It'll be sooner if a cross happens on the 5-minute chart. Let's make up some numbers. You might see a cross at $1 on the 2-minute chart. Then on the 5-minute chart, it's at $1.10, a little more confirmation. On the 15-minute chart, maybe at $1.20, that's more confirmation, but you're giving up 20 cents. The problem looking at the lower time frame is that it may not last. Okay, it's not quite as much confirmation on the shorter time frames. So there's always the trade-off. It doesn't mean you shouldn't ever act on a lower time frame, but you may get whipped out. So that's the cross up, and it's the same principle on a cross down. Okay, so if the ADMA crosses down below the rising 20 SMA, that can set up a short. Okay, and so that's why I've got these. Do I pay huge amount of attention to it? Not as much as I could, I suppose, if I were, not doing other things. I would probably like to see these crosses a lot better, or pay more attention to them. But anyway, that's the theory behind it. Okay. All right, guys. Well, Codex is still, and you can add those. You can add those. Okay, these are just the indicators. So here they are. I mean, here's the EMA and here's the SMA. And so when you add it, then you just pick the period, and the ADMA it's 8 for the EMA, and for the SMA it's 20. I don't adjust it, the standard BB. You can, of course, but so for instance, Bill, if you like on this, well, what happened here? DXR just got halted. DXR just got halted on the way up, down. That didn't seem so volatile. I'm so surprised it got halted. Well, maybe two. No, okay. I just keep it. There is no scanner. There's no EMA scanner, Mike. No. Yeah, there are some who use 9 EMA. Listen, I'm obviously I'm no expert on it. I'm just following what Real does. So he uses the ADMA and the 20 SMA. So if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. What does IPA look like now? Hard to know. I mean, you've got a big bottoming tail there in the 15. You've got a topping tail in the 15. So, you'd want it to break out of here if you're trying to go long, or you want it to break down here if you want to go short. Right now, it's hard to know. There's a cross. Here's the cross we talked about. There's that ADMA crossing down below the 20 SMA. The cross was at 1421. So had you seen that cross right there, and if you had shorts available, we don't have them at IB, Interactive Brokers, you could have looked at that and gone, yeah. No, the 8 EMA crosses above the 20 SMA. 8 EMA, so it's always the 8 EMA first, 8 EMA crossing above the 20 SMA, or the 8 EMA crossing below the 20 SMA. See how that crossed below it? And that sets up the potential short. You know, in this case, it obviously worked. And you can see up here, you see there it was earlier. See the cross up here? On the 2-minute chart, it was earlier at 1483. Here it's at 1410. But, I mean, that worked well, and then it popped up. What would you have done, you know? You know, but I mean, there is the cross on the 2-minute. And yeah, I mean, it 1479 got down to 13. I mean, that would have been awesome in this particular case. But sometimes you get that cross and it might not do anything, you know, or it might chop up and down for a bit. All right, guys, there's an option meeting. There is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, so I'm going to be attending that. And put myself on mute. So just give me a moment here as I get the... All right, here we go, 432. Now, what did I say before about it? Is it on volume? Not really. Right? I said, okay, you get the alert, but there's no volume. I want to see, you know, there's nothing on the 5-minute. There's nothing. And listen, it could keep going higher. But, you know, I'm more conservative. I'd want to see volume pushing it through. All right, guys. So I'm gonna be here. I will be still here, but I'm gonna put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm now back. Quick meeting, yay. So, what happened? So the KDMN, remember just as I was leaving, it was popping, but I said I didn't like the volume. It didn't do it on any sort of volume to speak of. Look at the 2 minute, look at the 5 minute, certainly look at the 15 minute. Just didn't do it on any volume, so I didn't trust it, consequently did not take it. I'm going to continue to wait on it to see if it gets any volume. Yeah, and somebody said, yeah, 7 million, it's fine, and the 4.8, but I was looking for the volume burst. The beta version is 5.5, yes, Tim. Man, oh man, guys, Codex. I mean, I think this was one of the original virus plays. Yeah, this is one of the original virus plays, guys, right here. Remember this? Went from like nothing this month all the way up to 21, pull back, and then the following, and then 2 months later got up to 30, and even here, this was one of the original virus plays. I think that they even got money from the government, but then it all fell apart. I still have some codex. Yes, I do have some codex left. Yes. Obviously, I got rid of some before 10. I just didn't, I'm always wary of that. But now the next level right there is that 200-day moving average. But boy, it's got room still. I mean, if that 200-day moving average means nothing, then look left. I mean, it's got a ton of room. Could be. Insert the various windows into the dot container. All right, let's first of all, let me get rid of this script here. Let's make sure you're doing it correctly. So let me just bring back a couple of test windows. And user Thomas. Okay, so here are a couple of test windows. Okay, so you've got a couple of windows at least that you want to put into a docked window, right? JJ? Okay. So your first step, new, docked window. Now when you do that, let me make sure you should have had a box like this pop up, right? I'm just going to wait for you to say yes. Maybe you're going to the dock channel. Okay, yes. Now I'm going to give it a name, just like it's saying. Give it a name. I'm going to call it JJ. Say okay. So are we good? You give it a name, called it JJ or whatever. Okay. Now I'm just going to shrink this a little bit so we can see the windows. Okay. So here they are. Right click. Duplicate into JJ. Do you see that? I'm trying. Was that the third yes? I can't remember. Is that the third yes or the fourth yes I'm looking for? Got it? Yes, yes. Okay. All right. So duplicate into JJ. Okay. So when you do that, a tab should be up here. Yes? Ah, yeah. You don't drag and drop. I mean, there's kind of a way you can do it. Yeah, but no, no. You right click and duplicate into, and that's why you give them all different names. Okay, so you know where it's going. I think you're good now, right? You have to right click and duplicate into whatever dock window you want. Okay, are we good? And then okay, and then so now you'll have your tabs at the top, and now here's the trick to arrange the window where you want it to, like where do you want it to be. And you know, the minute you grab something up here, that this little icon shows up with the upper, lower, and right and left arrows, and then you just pick how you want it. You know, you just click on it. So now you've said, okay, I want that to be below float turnover. If I now wanted it to be beside it, I just grab it, drag it into the area, and click on the right arrow. Now it'll be beside it. So a little bit of a trick, not trick, but you know, a little bit of work to arrange them the way you want to. But you got it now, right? Okay. Okay, good. Wow, my goodness, APDN. I thought maybe the 200-day would stall it. Not even close. Well, I shouldn't say not even close, but and this is not an option play. It doesn't. It's not trading enough volume. Yeah, it would make more sense, JJ. But yeah, once you know that, you just left click and. Well, one of the reasons why it's good is that you know you may have different containers, and so it's nice to be able to just go right click and then duplicate where you want it to be. Typically, almost for I mean that means that the stock was moving higher. Okay, blue, orange. It means it was moving lower. Okay. Well, guys, I have no idea what to expect tomorrow from the scanner, but can't wait. But I've got to tell you, it's not going to be like this every day. Unfortunately, it will not be like this every day. I mean, look at the market, guys. I mean, look at what's happened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 hours straight up. I mean, the market's helping. You know, trend plays. Though I have to admit, at the very beginning of the day, it was kind of choppy and it didn't seem to matter. It is something every day. Yes, real. It is something every day. So if the option scanner isn't working, something else would probably be working. And as I said before, typically the reason why the option scanner, we'll get alerts, but I'll look at some of the alerts and go, I don't like it. You know, because there might be too much resistance nearby on these higher time frames. We just didn't see that for most of them. That's just a selection, Bill. I mean, let me see if I can even remember how to do it. Yeah, modify colors. So volume, modify colors. Up and down colors. So set color. This is a set up color, set down color. I don't use gradient. Okay, so you just check on that, use up and down color. So whatever you want for up, I mean, I chose blue and I have orange for down. Right, this is just a palette, right? Just a palette. I like the way it stands out, the blue and the orange, as opposed to green and red, which a lot of people would use. Which, well, on the which is why I don't use it here, because I want it to be completely distinct from the candles. Oh man, this is like music to my ears. I've got this on text to voice, and she just keeps saying codex. Well, no, she says CODX over and over and over. It's just awesome to be in a trade when she's telling you that over and over and over again. It's just right click, properties, actions. Okay. And then you check the play sound, set up the sound. So you can put one of them text to speech. That's what I've done here. Okay. You don't want to have them all because you'll never know which window to look at. But I know that this is the window that she is calling out the symbols. Otherwise, for those who don't know, you just use then you can have one window text to speech, and then you don't have to use text to speech at all, but I like one of them. And then use a custom sound, select, and then here are three folders. Each folder has a series of price alerts. You can pick one, you can open it, you can play it. If you like it, the pig, you can say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to that alert window. Well, I mean, somebody V is saying, is it too late to take codex now? I mean, you're in chase mode, so I mean, can it keep going up? Of course, but we were in chase mode now, and there's that 200 day. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it'll stall it. Maybe it won't. It is. I know. Maybe it'll stall it. Maybe it won't. That's I thought 10 might stall it. And maybe it's. I mean, it got right to it. 11:14. What did it get to? To the penny. 11:12. A couple pennies. See, Codex is not trading the float. They don't all have to, but there's the float 28, and it's traded 6.4, so hasn't traded the float. So Tim, I would say you don't have to learn everything, okay? For instance, you don't have to use the beta. You don't have to know about... The nice thing about the beta is this. If you care about looking at the different channels, okay, that we've got, because if you don't have the beta, when you look at a channel, your layout disappears. It gets replaced, okay? Here, using in the new beta and clicking on the new, the new dock channel bar, you don't have to worry about that anymore, okay? You can have your layout, and you can go through the different channels without any worry. If you don't care about that, you don't have to have the latest beta. Okay? So you don't have to learn about it. You don't have to learn about docking. And the other thing is, you don't have to learn every single alert and filter. Now, if you're talking about in general about trading, yeah, there is a lot to... Only experience is going to help. Yeah, you don't have to... I mean, look, here is such a simple... Even my beautiful option scanner. I mean, it's not that it's terribly complex. I mean, all it's doing, I mean, I have a price range. I mean, that's nothing big, no big deal. You can have a different price range. This is one of the great filters that we've got. The current volume is at least 3. Means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay, so that is a great filter. I probably have that in every single one of my scans. And, you know, 3, I mean, I could have put 2, I could have put 4. I've left it at 3, seems to be okay. But there's no what is the perfect one. There's no such thing. You know, I've got a minimum volume of 500,000 shares. You know, you can make that 1 million, you can make that 200,000. Again, this has not been optimized. This is just something I put together, and it seems to do pretty well. Minimum of 2,000 contracts, and 300% are normal, so that means it's trading at least 3 times the normal number of contracts. And the minimum of contracts has to be at least 2,000. And then this one just says, okay, it's got to be up for the day, and it can't be down for the day. So, I mean, these are not what I would call... These are what I would call pretty common filters. You know, I mean, so it's not like I'm using... I mean, look at all the... Yeah, I mean, look at all the alert... Well, especially look at all the alerts. Look at all the filters we've got. I don't care about any of this. You know, now some do. That's why we have them. Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I mean, here's the AI. I mean, you can... And just use it like a watch list. Follow it. You know, you don't get too many alerts during the day, so you're not jumping around that much. Now, guys, as I've said many times, you've got to trade these. I mean, the Codex, I mean, that got stalled right at the 200 day. I mean, almost to the penny. As Real says, it's an area, but it was within 2 cents. And guys, the KDMN, it may still go later on. You know, it has room to 5. It's just a matter of getting some volume coming in. You know, you can't... Whew, sorry. Yeah, I mean, just look at the volume. I mean, there was the huge volume burst right there. There's another, not bad there, not bad, but look at this. I mean, it's just tail. You can't even see the volume. Okay? And, you know, look here. You can't really even see it. Can't see it on the 2. I mean, it's just dwindling. Whoa, IPA probably halted on the way down. Yeah, this has got halted on the way down. I haven't even looked at the basic new lows. Actually, very active windows today. Very active windows, both on the upside and the low side. I mean, there are days where I might only get 4 or 5 of each in each window. So just a very active day in these two windows. I've looked at them a little bit, but really, it's just looking more at my scanner, my option scanner. All right, guys. Well, we've got a little bit of volume that came in. A little bit of volume came in on the 2 minute chart. A little bit on the 5. Okay? You can just sort of see now. What time is it? 2:39. So this is going to close in about 30 seconds. So I would have loved to see that just thrust a little bit more here. But at least some. I mean, look at the previous up to this point. Up to, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know, 20 minutes, 30, 25 minutes. At least this is the biggest volume burst in 25 minutes on the 2 minute chart. Now, I can't tell you to take the trade. If it makes sense, have a stop. No, I don't pay attention to any middays. I don't have. No, I don't. I don't have a scan for the midday. I don't have a scan for the end of the day. I have a scan for the pre-market. That's it. Yeah, I've basically got everything on don't repeat now. All these windows are on don't repeat. Of course, these were always on don't repeat, but I put this on don't repeat. I put this on don't repeat. I've put everything on don't repeat. Actually, no, 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 no. Let me explain. This is not on don't repeat. Well, what this is on, okay, basic new highs and lows. When I get a new high for the stock, it will show up, okay, right at the top. But I've organized it in this fashion. View mode, and I've got group and sort by. Instead of newest first is the typical way where you'll get the repeat over and over and over and over again if it kept making a new high, okay? But I decided that this was getting too busy, and so I decided to put it in this view mode called group and sort by. So, and I'm sorting on the time. So what happens is, if Codex makes a new high, which it'll have to be like 11:21, I will get the real-time alert and it'll pop up here. But I'm not going to see code. If I had it on that like the newest, I would have seen Codex over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? I would have seen all these ones, and I was just getting tired of seeing it like that. You don't have to. And as far as the option scanner is, I didn't care about having it repeating over and over. I have so few alerts that, I know when to look. And at the very least, what I can do is if say I get the alert and it drops a little bit, I can just set a price alert at where the alert was. And so if I get that alert, it'll pop up on my screen. So I just found it was getting too intense seeing over and over and over when the stocks are making new highs and lows. So you don't have to do that. I mean, if that's what you want, if you want to, does that make sense though? The same thing here. I mean, WISA made a new low at 239. That's why we see it here. But I'm not going to see it over and over again every time it makes that new low. And you could sort it on the count. You know, you could. I just want to see it at, the real time, like the last one. But yeah, you can do the sort. You know, you just pick the column you want to sort it on, or view it on, I should say. Okay, in my case, I like the time, but if you want to sort on the count, so you'd see as another new count came in, yeah. I just prefer to do it, on time because I do want to see it at the top. But then I can look over here and I can see, okay, there it is. And the last new high it made was at 241 or 1120, but I can just quickly go over here and I can see where the first alert was at 9:51 and the time was 1:32. I just find it makes it easier for me anyway. All right, guys, one last, first of all, I do want to put in the test drive for those of you who are interested in maybe taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, but you're not quite ready, you don't really know the program that well. Well, you won't know the program until but we are having a test drive, and please listen carefully. You click on the test drive link, test drive August 2021, okay? When you click on it, this is what it is. This is when it starts, August 9th to August 20th. 10 trading days, 2 weeks, okay? It'll cost you $11.11 for 2 weeks of Trade Ideas Premium, so it's just as if you were a premium subscriber, okay? And what you're doing here is you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. So please don't ask the guys, well, how come I don't have data? It doesn't start until the 9th. That's when we're all, that's when we're getting set, for all the support that's going to be required because, let's say, the last test drive, I think we had almost 4,000 people. So, it requires a lot of support. So what you're doing is you're pre-registering. And you can also, if you have our standard subscription and you want to try out our premium service for those 2 weeks, you can do so. It will cost you $11.11. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription automatically. We'll have a nice promo code for you after if you want to take out a subscription, but that's it. So that's the test drive. And now my home page. All right, so here's my homepage link. So when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So, I mean, listen, if you want to take out a subscription right now, you don't want to wait, for the test drive. There's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Trade of the week, sign up for it here. It's free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video, I do one at noon every day. Again, these are all free. These two are free. Scans that I'm sharing, my layout plus individual scans, and a little beauty here, moving higher with unusually strong options, and education. Okay, so if you're planning on taking the test drive or you're thinking about trade, this is you can still click on this link even if you don't have a subscription and just kind of see what we have to offer. These are the basic features that we have to offer. Okay? Okay, the daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And daily webinars Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all free. So is virtually everything's free except for this subscription to Trade Ideas. But all our support, educational videos, and back to basics, a great little series. And man, if you're really new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock. So if you're really new to trading, this is for you. And what I do is save my link. You save my link, then all these sections, these two sections with a lot of information in them. If you save my link, you can take a look at all this whenever you want. Yes, all the COVID plays. All of them. App, Mask. How's Lake doing? There's a pop for Apt, APT. How's Lake doing? Another one that usually trades with Apt, APT. Yeah, look at Lake popping also. Protective wear. All right, guys. Well, I shut the room down around 3, so if you have any questions, please fire away now. Don't be shy. Impossible to tell you, V. Okay, everybody learns at a different rate, so it's impossible for me to know. Depends how much time you put in. And as I said before, you don't have to learn every single alert or filter. You can get by in just some very basic stuff with Trade Ideas. I'm not what you would call, in my opinion anyway, a power user of Trade Ideas. The power users are the ones who, and I hate to say the term or use the phrase I disagree with what they're doing, but we have some emails that come in that people want to create the most complex scans. And I look at that and go, man, oh man, I try to keep everything very simple. So that's what I mean by I don't think I'm I'm a power user. I keep everything very simple. But if you're a person that has to have the most, a very complex type of a scan, you'll only take a trade if 10, 20 things happen. Well, there's nothing wrong with that if you get any alerts at all, but sometimes, you have heard the term paralysis by analysis. You can overanalyze things, okay? And overanalyze things to the point you never take a trade. Yeah, take the 2-week trial. But listen, You know, and I always try to say it like this: I got to manage people's expectations. If you take trade ideas for 2 weeks, don't expect to be an expert in trade ideas. All right. I mean, it's a good. It should be a good learning experience, and you can kind of figure out some of the things you might want to do with trade ideas. But it all depends on how complicated you want to make your scans, I suppose. After that, it is trading experience. It's not so much learning how to use trade ideas, but it is trading experience. Ear grounder, have you made a custom formula before? Okay. Let me. Again, V. It's impossible to know when or if a person is going to get when they can gain the confidence to start trading. Just give me a moment, please. All right, ear grinder. So when you say you see the page, you can see it. Oh, you see it in the tech support. Okay, so if you can follow it, just do it. Okay, to create the custom formula, click on the link and then follow the instructions. And the actual formula is right there, right above. Hope you can see that, right? That's the formula to use. And when you do that, it'll be a filter then, just like any other filter with a min and a max. And so what I've done on that float turnover, I said, okay, I think I put the min at 1.5, 1.5. That means it will have to have turned the float over at least 1.5 times. I don't think there is I'm not sure. I'm moving this around. Let's see if the feature still remains. It might. I mean, there's still, I see the option there, but I mean, that definitely works, without the docs. I actually don't know. I mean, it hasn't affected me because, let me just see what happens here. I mean, they're so free floating. Just looking to see if it snaps. It might. I mean, it's hard for me to know. I've got. Yeah, I'm not sure it does. But once you've got it positioned, I mean, you wouldn't even think about it anymore. It's just there all the time. Yeah, so that TV float ear grounder, and it has to be exactly like that, okay? The way I'm sure it has to be copied exactly like that. Otherwise, when you input it, if you don't input it exactly like that, you're going to get an error, okay? It's like any other coding. I just placed them. Ugh. That's the issue sometimes. If you grab a tab, this is what happens. It's a little frustrating. Okay, and you might get a little error message, but that's okay. I mean, now I just have to put it back. Yee, what happened here? Give me a moment here. Oh. Ugh. What about 2.5? So what do I need? My 15. You see how you can you can get kind of a little bit screwed up here. It's a 15. There we go. The key is making sure when you're, well, I forgot. This is one big docked window. That's why I forgot. I used to have this in two sections, but it's not like that anymore. In the dock, everything is perfectly aligned, so it's not a matter of having to snap it, if that's what you mean. Maybe that's what you meant. Everything, when you put something in a docked window, everything I haven't had to sort of snap it over to the left, if that's what you mean, or once you get everything into when you put things in the dock, it'll look perfect. So maybe that's what you meant. There are two rooms, V. Okay, this is what I call the main trading room. You're in the YouTube room, which is fine. You want to stay there, that's fine. There's just more action in the other room. More traders. So if you wanted to come in, I'm getting set to shut the room down. So if you wanted to come in tomorrow into what I call the main trading room, there's the link, okay? And that's because, okay, so are you on the beta? Bill, are you on the beta for sure? Okay, so if you're free floating, I think it's the same thing that happened to, who was it? Somebody else. I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to put the window into the like you have to right click on the window you want and duplicate it into the docked window. Okay, so I'll just do this one more time. So start off with a couple of windows. Well, I don't think you did, but let's, because I'm going to do it exactly. If you do this exactly this way, it won't do what you're saying it's doing, okay? So let's just start again. So you click on New, Docked Window, right? You get this window popping up. I'm just going to wait for you to say yes. Yes. Bill. Yeah, you have to start off with a docked window. You have to open a docked window and give it a name. Right? Okay. All right. All right. So docked window with a name. Okay. So I'm going to call it Bill. Okay. So there it is, Bill. So if you right click now on, and now what I would always recommend, just sort of arrange the windows as you'd like to see them in the dock. Makes it a little easier visually. So right click, duplicate into Bill. There it is. Next one, right click, duplicate into Bill. Here are your tabs, right at the top here. Now I can move it down underneath it if I want. And there it is. I mean, so it's not floating around. If I want to move it to be beside this one up here, it's just a little tricky. You just have to, when you grab the window and you see this icon that shows up, with the top arrow, up arrow, bottom, down arrow, left arrow, and right arrow. You just have to pick where you want it to be. Okay? Yeah, I mean, it's really, again, I'll get rid of these. You know, so you say you started off with this window. You started off with a window, the dock window. You've got a couple of, you missed moving the tabs, okay. So here are a couple windows, I'm gonna put them in. You always start off with right click and duplicate into the dock window, and that's why you give it a name. So I'll duplicate into Bill, there it is. Right click the next one, duplicate into Bill, there it is. Now you just grab the tab and move it wherever you want. So if I want it beside Momo, now it's beside Momo. If I want it to the other side of Momo, grab the tab, move it, left click. Well, the only way they won't say in the window is somehow if you're moving it out of the window. Okay? Like somehow you're moving it outside. You have to keep it in the window. Like in the dock, you have to. If you keep it in the dock, there's no way it can float on you. I think you're grabbing it and you're moving it. See what I'm doing? And you're moving it outside somehow. You need the beta. Oh, if you have the dock window, then you're in the right beta. You've got the beta. Bill, the only way they don't stay in the window is if somehow you're moving them outside. Oh, I'm sorry. To have the dock, yes, you need the beta. Yes, Phil. Sorry, I thought you said you had the. Yes, you need the beta. See, if you release it now, this is, I think, what's happening. Yeah, maybe that's what's happening. You're releasing it too soon. It's a little tricky. Now I think I understand. You sort of release it and without. You just got to tell the system where do you want it, up, down, to the left, to the right of. And then as you keep adding more and more windows, it's a little tricky. All right, guys, I guess that was a little overtime. And I'm bushed. So we will see you tomorrow. Let me just get my script ready. And let's just see if we get some more awesome alerts from the option scanner tomorrow. Okay, so I've got my script ready. So, okay, guys, so I'm going to shut it down now. Have a great evening, everybody, and I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope to see you then. Bye-bye.